started to talk about ethical leadership. The outcome of values-based education is ethical leadership. I appeal to educators in the world to put ethical leadership at the center of your curriculum. That should be the outcome of education, not passing examinations and all that sort of thing. It's about being an ethical leader. How many people are ethically led? We can all talk about values, but do we actually live them? I shared with someone earlier, my definition of a value is what you do when people aren't looking at you. We can all present ourselves as values-based, but are we really? Keep going, my friend. Yeah, just briefly my journey, because I don't want to talk for hours. As I said, I was part of moving through the profession, and then I had that sort of epiphany moment and worked at Oxford at West Kidlington School. And then people started to be interested, and they came to see what was going on. And a book was written called A Quiet Revolution by Francis Farrer. People came from Australia, Professor Terence Lovett, and he then led a values-based development and research project in Australia, which backed up my research in Oxford. Various books have been written by me and also by my wife. But the key is, do children understand what a value is? How many of you have got children at home or grandchildren? How many of you? Yeah. Well, may I invite you to go home and ask them what a value is? All right, see what they say to you. I bet that they come up with the name of a value, but will they actually know what a value is? Here's a 6-year-old girl. Let's ask her what a value is. What's a value?
A value is a principle that guides our thinking and behaviour.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's a girl in a values-based school, 6-year-olds. How many 6-year-olds know what a value is? So what you do is induct the children into a values vocabulary, and then gradually they understand what a value is. But the work must be experiential. You learn through experience, not by someone talking at you like I'm doing to you. You learn through experience. So that's what we're looking for. Carry on, my friend. Yes. So the difference between values education and values-based education is significant. Many schools have values education, teaching children about values. A values-based school is one that underpins everything it does with universal values, positive human values. So the school policies, everything it does, its hiring, firing, everything is based on those values. It's not just something that you're doing to children, because the key is how much adults actually model the values. How much do they model? And the research we have backs that up. The biggest influence is initially on the adults, not on the children. So it's the adults, it's our ability to model the values that's absolutely key. And to do that, we have to hold up a mirror to ourselves. And really, it's hard work, values. It's not all easy and cuddly stuff. People often say, oh, this is easy, Neil. You're wanting us all to be lovely, good people. But what does it really matter? But it's not that. It's really challenging. If I asked you, put up your hand if you're a perfect human being, how many of you would put up your hand? Well done. There's always a man that does it. I asked a group of people, and the man put up his hand. I said, why do you think you're perfect? And he said, well, my mother says I am. I said, perhaps you are. Yes, what we're looking for, and what Dr. Karen and others are doing, is you're developing a new narrative in the world. We need a new narrative, the way we talk with each other, the way companies work. I do a lot of work now with companies, big companies, and they're very interested to look at the ethics of what they're doing. So if you come from a company background, please really think about values, but don't make them laminated values. I go into all sorts of institutions and their values are on the wall, on the website. Absolutely meaningless. You've got to actually live them to make them work. Here's some values. These are universal positive human values. And if you were all teachers, I'd tell you how to implement those in your school, but I won't today. But you do it through experience. These are young children learning through experience with the value of trust. Older students, these students were in El Salvador, one of the most violent countries in the world, from my experience. But these wonderful people who are leading El Salvador now were really being inducted into values. So they learn to self-regulate their behavior. That's what values-based education does. It helps us to self-regulate. My friends in neuroscience say, Neil, you're absolutely right. What they tell me is that the prefrontal cortex is then controlling the limbic system of the brain. That's the science behind it. I've already said that about modelling. There's a secondary school teacher modelling the values, being at the student's level, having a relationship that's meaningful with them. Yeah. Above all, if you're an educator in the room, what I need to emphasize is that values-based education is about quality education. It's about how we get the very best for our students worldwide. That's a quote from Carl Rogers, by the way. Welcome. How many schools have you visited or been in where you walk into the entrance hall and see a lovely message like that? Do you take a photograph of that if you've got your phone? Because that's what I would like to see in all schools. All schools based on that sort of thinking. That's a school in Milton Keynes. What I've been developing over recent years is what I call the inner curriculum. Schools have an external curriculum, but you have to think of the internal curriculum. What's going on in your thoughts, emotions, feelings? I'm married to a psychotherapist, so she's given me a lot of help on looking at my internal world, which has been really helpful. So I was one of the first head teachers in the world in a state school to actually invite children to go into their internal worlds in what I called reflective practice. I didn't in those days call it meditation because it would have caused disturbances in my parent population. But I talked about reflection, so the children learned to be in control of themselves. So after perhaps having an assembly and talking, I would invite the children to really be still, go into themselves, and think about how they're going to be during the day. That had a profound effect. It was one of the levers, I believe, on why our children did so well academically, as well as socially and personally. It was amazing, really, the results we got, because they were in control. Education systems around the world have suffered from British colonialism that's exported forms of education that is quite inappropriate now. It's out of date. You really, really need to come up into the 21st century and think, how do children best learn and how do we resource that learning? They need to cooperate, they need to work together, they need creativity, they need music. It's not all about literacy and numeracy, as many governments in the world unfortunately think about. So we have brain breaks. This child in Sweden is illustrating a brain break. So during a session, perhaps we ought to have one here, is a time when you actually pause. Pause and be still. Just check in with yourself. What's going on now for me? What's happening in your minds now? Are you listening to me, or have you drifted off somewhere else? That's the challenge. And if you have brain breaks, you can check in on yourself. Where am I at this moment? Am I giving my full attention? Or am I watching for someone coming in the door? Or thinking what's on my iPhone? Or whatever. So what a values-based way of working does is give incredible concentration and the ability to be fully present, to raise awareness. Most people act out of awareness and from habit. 98% of everything you will do today is habitual. The way you're sitting with your arms folded, you always do that. And that's how most of us live our lives. So a values-based school helps us to be aware of who we are, why we're doing something, and to make changes. Let's be different, let's challenge. Values-based education gives critical intelligence. There are states in the United States that ban critical thinking because they don't want the system challenged. We need to be revolutionaries of the heart and really wake up people so that we can save this planet before it's too late. Thank you. I work a lot with cognitive scientists now, such as Dr. Mark Williams in Australia. And his work, The Connected Species, one of the best books written this year, The Connected Species, is all about how, when we're programmed to be cooperative, we're not programmed really to be violent and all that, but we need to read his book to understand that. Values-based education is about community involvement. It's about helping the parents to understand too. We've noticed that this has been an amazing effect worldwide on community awareness about values. Yeah, my dream for peace. I believe we are at 1 minute to midnight. I see so many people who are wanting a change, but I always say the change must begin with ourselves. I'm not the first person to have said that, but it does begin with us. Every interaction we have, if we can only turn up the volume on making sure that we are living and breathing the values that we proclaim, we would change the world. We would change it. This conference today is the most important conference happening in the world. All you out there who are listening, be the change you want to see in the world. Don't expect other people to make that change. And you will find that you will have an incredible effect. So ethical leadership, that's what we want to see. I challenge all politicians to really think, are you an ethical leader? And constituents, if they are not ethical leaders, then do something about it. Because we are ruled now by people who are driven not by the values we're talking about, but by another set of values: power, greed, intolerance, self-centeredness, egocentrism, all that. And that's only a fraction of the world's population, but they have the power. We need to switch that so that we can ensure that our children, our grandchildren, have a life in the future. Keep clicking, that's right. So what we're inviting from cognitive science, from spirituality, from education, what we need is a shift of consciousness. And it's only a little shift, a shift of awareness, so that we can help each one of us to be the best version of ourselves that we can possibly be. Thank you. Please do contact me through, you can find my contact details. It should have come up at the end of the slide, but it didn't click on. But if you look me up, what I'm interested in doing is making connections with people, as I said at the beginning, through the IVET Foundation. If we can all connect with each other, then I think we have a chance. Thank you ever so much for listening. I'm very humbled to be here. Thank you, Dr. Conlon.
Thank you very much indeed. My friends, few speeches make history. I'm sure you all would remember a speech made long back in time where the noble son of India, Sri Swami Vivekananda, made a speech in the United States of America. That speech left its mark on history and probably changed the way people used to look at India. A country of snakes and charmers, but that identity was changed after that speech. I'm deeply honored to share with you that revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsa was invited to the same conference where Swami Vivekananda ji spoke. And it is indeed our honor and privilege to share with you some of the glimpses of his speech from the same conference, the Conference of World Religions. The same way, a huge round of applause that was given to Sri Swami Vivekananda ji, the same reverberated after the speech of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatsa. It is indeed my honor to share the same.
Next, we have Dr. Vishwanath Karad. He is an eminent public intellectual, devoted teacher, and dedicated social worker. He is the founder, president, and director general of the Maharashtra Institute of Technology in Pune, India, in addition to being the founder and president of its World Peace Center of the Maharashtra Academy of Engineering and Educational Research. He is also the UNESCO Chair for Human Rights, Democracy, and Peace. Dr. Karad.
My dear brothers and sisters, the great scholars, thinkers, philosophers, and scientists gathered for this unique Parliament of World's Religions, which is a reminder to all of us of the very first Parliament, which was held on 11 September 1893. And particularly myself, it reminds me of the words of wisdom spoken by the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, who had said that time, and when he said, union of science and religion / spirituality alone will help to bring harmony and peace to mankind. And he had given the very definition that religion is nothing but to perform one's duty. Duty towards the mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation, and the entire world. World as one family. Before I make some comments on the very subject which has been given to me, that whether the value-based universal education system can help to minimize the hate speech, the violence, the chaos, and the confusion prevailing in this world, in spite of the most mind-boggling developments in the field of science and technology, getting all the facilities and the luxurious things for enjoyment and possibly the pleasures of life. But friends, I sincerely feel that we have another component. It's not the human body alone, but there is a mind and the heart which needs to be really understood properly. The mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness are the four important words which we have to address ourselves when we have been trying to think about development of a human life. And when we say the development of a holistic society as a whole, we have to have a very important and a very prestigious component of life, that is education. I can only tell you, friends, that in the name of the same noble son again, that he had said that the education is nothing but a perfection already in a person, in a man. So many definitions have been given, but finally I feel on the present situation when we see all around that everything is available. Outer space, IT, computer, particle physics developments, but on the other side we have not been having a full satisfaction, and possibly there is a chaos, confusion, confrontations, the massacre, the bloodshed, and horrifying violence too. The issue is mainly in front of me, and the discussion which went on, what is the solution for this? I, for one, friends, I feel sincerely that there is a need to have a value-based universal education system. The moment I say universal, somebody may call that how can you dare to say universal? The basis is that every nation has a geography, its history, its culture, its traditions, but the time-tested values are common. The human values are common. And naturally, we have got to know exactly what way we have to proceed. And from that point of view, there is an urgent need. There was a time, friends, you remember it very well, that religion is very dominant. And Mr. Galileo, the greatest scientist, when he gave an equation or when he told the world that the sun is stationary and the earth revolves it, he was given a death punishment. Socrates himself, the great philosopher of the world, he was also given a poison for educating and possibly trying to speak some logical and with reasoning. But nowadays, it has gone to the other extreme. And I sincerely feel that when we understand the IT, computer, particle physics, whatever words you speak about, finally the question is we should have an appropriate system of education, even though I don't say that the present system is wrong. But there is some deficiency which has been observed all over the world. And we know that the outer space, the various computer, IT, internet, everything we have been trying to speak, but there is no full satisfaction. And there is some deficiency observed because the spiritual component or the religious component or about the religion itself, there is no inclusion all over the world. The global society as a whole, all the vice chancellors, the university heads and everybody, we have got to seriously think on these issues that we must have a component of appropriate component of science and appropriate component of spirituality too. Not to misunderstand about the spiritual component because that ultimately helps to develop the positive mindset. The issue is not to have a destructive mind or a negative mind, but how to develop the positive mindset, and possibly the best solution would be that you should have a certain component of meditation and your own faith, whatever belief you have. But remember, friends, that at least we must have to have a complete component of at least some component of spirituality and some component of science part of it, engineering part of it, or IT computer part of it. And we will have to design a new system of education. And from that point of view, if you can really try to make the mind a positive mindset, the hate speech or the spiteful speeches, which is possibly ultimately coming out from the mob tendency. When there is a mob tendency, possibly the chaos and confusion becomes more horrifying. And presently, we can never think of the worst of the worst fear complex which is being created. And the world over, there is a big problem. We are not at peace at all. Our World Peace Center, MIT, Pune, India, who is a firm believer of the great philosopher saint of India, Sant Jnaneshwara, at the age of 16, he said, this spiritual component or the religious component is nothing but to understand the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth. You may call Ram or Rahim or Jesus or Buddha, whatever name you give. My name is Vishwanath. The question is, this name is given by my parents. The issue is, what is that invisible force or the energy which needs to be appropriately understood and included in the education system itself. That is my personal feeling, friends. And I sincerely feel that world over we have to think again and finally settle a new education system, which I call it as a value-based universal education system, which may be some solution to minimize the chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, terrorism and violence, horrifying violence all over the world. Why it is happening, what is the reason behind, we can think and you can certainly answer. You can know it very well because you are all learned people, scholarly people, the men of education, men of academics. And I think I have a sincere feeling that, as said by the Vivekananda himself in 1893, that time has come and we have to think and revive ourselves in an appropriate manner. I don't say everything is wrong. I personally, I'm a professor of engineering. I do understand it. And finally, I would say and conclude with a few words. This is Atharva Veda quotation, not with a pride, because I'm an Indian. But let me tell you, friends, there is a confusion again that all the religious scriptures are something like an ignorant part of it. There is some confusion about the spiritual component. And let me tell you, friends, all the religious scriptures themselves are life-guiding scriptures. They are not only meant for either the Islam, the Quran, the Bible, the Gita, the Guru Granth Sahib, whatever names you take up the different books. You will find that they are nothing but the life-guiding scriptures. How to live and how let others live. How to help and how to help the other people. That has been the solution. Finally, I would like to tell you, friends, and give a small quotation and conclude my speech. This quotation is from an Atharva Veda. There are two components. One is the ritualistic component and one is the scientific component. It says, we are the birds of the same nest. We may wear different skins. We may speak different tongues. We may believe in different religions. We may belong to different cultures. Yet we share the same home, the Mother Earth, born on the same planet, covered by the same skies, gazing at the same stars, breathing the same air. We must learn to progress together or miserably perish together. For a person can live individually, but can only survive collectively is the final destiny for the whole of human race. It doesn't speak of any particular religion or any particular caste. Friends, I would like to once again earnestly appeal to you that there is a need to have some modification, and without misunderstanding, without calculating anything else, we need to have a scientific component, appropriate component of science, and appropriate component of spirituality or the religion, which is the need of the hour, and possibly that system of education may help to a certain extent to minimize the chaos, confusion, bloodshed and violence in the world. That's my personal feeling. Thank you so much, friends.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you all would have been enlightened after hearing such a beautiful speech. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again for that opportunity. Let's go big round of applause once again to the real Professor. Thank you very much. And now it's time when I invite and request the renowned genome biologist, Cambridge General Secretary and Research Director of European Ayurveda Association, Dr. Madan Tenkaveluchi, to kindly address the gathering. Stack here with me, but I'm not ready. See if I can do a shot this paper. Thank you so much, Dr. Raz. Thank you. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Clearly? Yeah. Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I want to thank Dr. Karat for bringing us all together here on this special event, and to follow on from where esteemed speakers have offered so many lines of encouragement for
where the world is today and where the world needs to go. Now, I start off with a comment about change. And the Zen pizza maker is approached by a customer and asks about change after having bought a pizza. And he offers two options. One is, we are in the age of credit card. There is no more change possible.
Wow.
And the second, and occasionally he comes up with another answer. And when somebody gives money and there's change to be given, he says, no, change comes from within. So he doesn't need change anymore. So this is the dilemma that we have in the world today. We are stuck between a worldview that does not permit change when we need to have change, and a worldview that says the change is elsewhere. It's not there for all of us to have. It is already within you. And this is that wisdom that is there in the Indian traditions. I'm a DNA biologist. For the last 42 years, I've been working with DNA. Last year, we celebrated the 70th anniversary of the discovery of the structure of DNA. In 70 years, in 7 decades, this knowledge, something that we didn't know about 7 decades before, has touched every aspect of biology. In just 70 years, every school child knows about DNA. How is it possible that you can have such impact in the way we think about biology, the way we think about life, in such a short space of time, when in fact we've had knowledge with us of particularly the Indian sciences and the Chinese tradition, where we've had textbooks of medicine, which are over 2,500 years old. Why hasn't this happened? How come we can't think about health in a way that we are meant to? Is there a possibility to change the way we visualize health and perspectives? And can we bring new narratives into the way we talk about environment, the way we talk about sustainability, the way we talk about everything that is happening around us? In the stack slides that I have there are several images. And one of the images is about the second Buddha. India had the first Buddha, and then came much later the second Buddha, a person named Nagarjuna.
Yes.
And Nagarjuna was a person who was himself a scholar, a scientist of several kinds. And Nagarjuna gave his 15 principles of health and well-being, the so-called science of health. The 15 principles that he gave around 600 AD continue to be with us and will be with us as long as we maintain this form, the form of the human being. And Nagarjuna's 15 principles, when looked at through the perspectives of present day physiology, equates to just about everything that we have in physiology today. It starts off with desire for food. And it's the 15 principles is to do with how you can assess for yourself. You don't need artificial intelligence to assess you whether you are healthy. That intelligence resides in every cell in your body. If you start to wake up those cells, you start to get to that intelligence. So the 15 principles of health and well-being starts with food. Now, the point that Nagarjuna is taking us to is to go beyond awareness. He's telling you to go beyond awareness. He's telling you that the knowledge that we should be looking for resides in that emptiness. And he was a master of giving us the entire philosophy of shunyata in Sanskrit, the philosophy of emptiness. He said, the moment you can calm your mind and get to a point of nothingness, the entire knowledge appears within you. And this is what we've had in the expressions of learned people 700 years ago. The mother who goes around the banyan tree 125,000 times. And how you arrive at certain types of knowledge. And how if you don't respect this knowledge, systems crumble. The crumbling begins within yourself and it percolates into the rest of society. And we saw this just a few years ago, starting with COVID-19 as a typical example, expressions of what happens when society crumbles. There is a term in Ayurveda in Sanskrit called Janapado Dvamsa. Now it translates into the crumbling of society, how all of society is reduced to dust. And this is the expression that was conceived by these minds 2,500 years, 5,000 years ago. They knew about it. How come we've lost the connection to this whole body of knowledge that is there? As a DNA biologist, when I look at this, we start to see where we can start to make these connections. Connections from the past and connections to the future. Connections to a language that resides beyond speech. I call it the speechless language. And language that appears well before human form arrives. And there are several examples of such knowledge, whether it's in the world of rheumatology, or whether it's in the world of heart diseases, whether it's in the world of diabetes, or whether it's in the world of sustainability. We can find several examples where we see these interactions between the human form and the rest of the environment. And I hope over these discussions, and more importantly, discussions and interactions follow from this gathering, we will explore many of these spaces. I don't want to go into the finer details of how we explore the speechless languages and why we need speechless languages to enable communication between cultures and societies of the world. I leave it here. Thank you for your attention. And I hope, and I look forward to interacting with many of the people here. I'm happy to see Brian here with us. Brian, thank you so much for joining us here at these are special people who understand human form, how the human form interacts with insects and plants and animals from around at different dimensions, and how we can use insights from people like yourselves to reach beyond into the ancient knowledge, the traditions. I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Now, I would like to apologize everyone because of the paucity of time. We will have to, sometimes I'll have to indicate about the time. I'm really sorry for that. Next, we have today to share his thoughts with us, Dennis Raw, the CEO and board member of Studium. But before so I request him to kind of get this gathering. And I'm really happy to share with you that we have the presence of the father of Param supercomputer, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, here with us online, who will be addressing us in a few minutes. Over to you, sir.
So, good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's an honor. And I think like all the speakers mentioned, especially from the World Peace University, which I've been accompanying for long years. What I feel right now is exactly, especially on this day, this is one of the most important talks we should have. I love the fact that the university World Peace University, MIT, is actually focused on spirituality and science, because that is partly one of the things we broke in society. How can you put this together again? Because in one end, our scientific power is bigger than ever in history. We have the capacity to create digital twins, artificial augmented intelligence, and my company is working on that. And every day I think, okay, can I do this for good, or can I do this for something that is not so good? I think this is something that, especially if you look at history, I always try to look at history. Humanity is only around Homo sapiens, I say 30,000 years to 50,000 years of really like we are today. But we didn't evolve much, and all our evolution is being based on the histories that we tell each other, and the narratives between our physical organic condition, our spiritual, which is all our body, and there's a lot of experts here, and then it comes to our capacity of innovation, our capacity of building science, engineer, and tools. And for me, the most important right now is we are at the moment, and for example, Nick Darshan, actually from this university this week, that wrote Superintelligence, and we were discussing about deep utopia. And can we create really an utopia that we can partly make humanity get the best of what we can achieve, and partly take all the areas of violence and aggressivity managing in a proper way? This is not easy. It's the biggest challenge of us, each of us as an individual. And it's the challenge of us as individuals within a society, a tribe, and the different elements where we are. And for me right now, for instance, my company is building artificial general intelligence, very basic parts, and we are dealing with a lot of things how we can integrate this in society. But we are already in a moment where actually we create another species. A lot of people are not speaking about this, but this is happening as we speak. And speaking with different AI experts, the most important thing right now is that humans have already another digital sentient entity with us. All of us in our devices, all of us as we build supercomputers and super different elements of technology, are shifting everything that means to be human. We have 5 to 10 years, and I'm saying this not with an alarmism, because we are all part of this, especially here in the academia and the University of Oxford, to reverse engineer. And you can do 2 things. It's just go back 30,000 years, or 50,000, and we have Australopithecus and Homo sapiens. And if you look at the discoveries, all the discoveries, normally the most advanced people or organization takes over the less organization, the less advanced. So at the moment, not only we have the challenge of foster and develop peace within us and within the others, but as well to bring this peace with a continuous education, and for me this is a key element. But education that is to bear in mind that at the moment there's human to human, human to machine, and machine to machine. And this is something that, of course, I would say we discussed education. There was a lot of fantastic things in terms of how we can take this forward. The spirituality. Can we push this to the machines? Can we integrate this in a way that we don't erase humanity? Because this is all possible. And we don't need to go too advanced, not even the weapons that we're having as we speak today with Iran and Israel, but much more deeper what can happen. So I'm very positive. I believe in utopia. I believe in spirituality, and that is what makes me be here with you. But this is a personal decision that we all have to take. And I think here we mentioned Tagore, Buddha, and Gandhi. We can bring him as well. But the best and the most difficult part is how we can actually bring this. Of course, if you look at DNA, humanity is an evolving species. So I'm very conscious about the importance of the word peace, because the word peace is, can you say that it's an utopia? Can you say that is something that can actually integrate our technology? Can we actually take it forward on this? So I want to believe that events like this can make a difference. And I want to work with all of you to make it happen, because that's for me the most important and the most urgent. The urgency of our civilization is integrate spirituality, engineering, and technology with education, but an education that empowers humans and the conscious that we can actually change society and being the change that society needs, all of us, each here in the room. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed my honor and privilege to request the first Secretary of Education Health of Indian High Commission at United Kingdoms, Madam Lily Chaudhary, to kindly address the gathering.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Dr. Karat, Dr. Chitnet, and other esteemed speakers and guests. Let me first take the opportunity to congratulate you for the organization of Oxford Peace Conference, and also thank you for having me here today. From the time of Rig Veda, India's ancient education system evolved over a period and focused on the holistic development of an individual, taking care of both the development of inner self and the outer self. The system focused on the moral, physical, spiritual, intellectual aspects of life. It emphasized on the values of humility, truthfulness, discipline, self-reliance, respect for all creations. Students in ancient India were taught to appreciate the balance between human beings and nature. And as Dr. Garad recently mentioned in his speech, teaching and learning were they followed the tenets of Vedas and Upanishads, fulfilling duties towards self, family, and society, thus encompassing all aspects of life. In Indian scriptures, the role of education has been described as being key to bring joy. It says, true knowledge gives humility, from humility comes worthiness, from worthiness one gets wealth, wealth enables the person to do good deeds, and this is what brings joy. In today's world, however, the mainstream education system is more focused on the development of the intellect and job skills of students, many a times neglecting their emotional needs, the development of their imagination, and a strong grounding in personal values. In many cases, weighed down by academic load, parental expectations, and a lack of family support, the modern child does not have the resilience to manage crises, be it at a personal level or maybe as harsh as a war. Peace and value education promotes wellness, strengthens the mind, and restores the self-confidence and esteem in children. It centers them more soundly in the world of people from diverse backgrounds, living beings and environments, so that they can draw emotional support from a wide network and also nourish the network which supports them. Peace and values education is like a moral GPS, like a phone we carry every day with us and it guides us on our way. Similarly, it is a moral compass in a backpack of our life, which can help the young to navigate a world of confusing and conflicting ideas and ideals, a world of ever-changing directions, and one which goes from excitement to disaster too suddenly and too often. Now, more than ever before, actively waging peace is important than anything else. The present times have made us aware of the immense importance and relevance of Gandhian philosophy. Peace today has become a rare and prized commodity. As Gandhiji said, that it is in the minds of the grown-ups We need to see the problems. And it is in the minds of children that we need to sow the seeds of solution to those problems. Educating the children regarding peace, non-violence, and most importantly, mutual respect towards each other is very important. Needless to say, Gandhiji's basic education engraved such thinking. As he correctly believed, value education is necessary for the moral development of individuals, whereas peace education is vital for humankind as a whole. Our Honorable Prime Minister of India has said that a holistic education system is vital for national transformation. Accordingly, many transformations and developments have taken place in the past few years. The National Education Policy 2020, for example, emphasizes on holistic development of children, focusing on knowledge, skills, culture, and promotion of Indian values. Such positive changes will definitely have a very positive change in the long run, and we'll see some positive transformations in the coming times. As in the words of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, education is not only the foundation upon which our civilization has been built, but it is also the architect of humanity's future. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you very much, madam, for being presented today on behalf of Indian High Commission. It is indeed our honor and privilege. Thank you. My friends, you are aware that it is not possible to host any event, and that too in a different country, and setting up, as you can see, the people are present here today in large number, and thank you very much for that. But when it all began almost 2.5 months ago, when all this discussion happened, it was completely, I would say, difficult for us to how to go about, where to host the event, whom to contact. And when the Office of Honorable Vice Chancellor sent out communications, I'm really glad to share with you that Madam Manjari Gokhale Joshi was one of them who responded to us and introduced us to the Dean of the State Business School, this particular venue, and then this conference today became a possibility here, a reality here. I now request Revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Sir to kindly felicitate and thank Madam Manjari Gokhale Joshi, who took all the pain and made this conference at this particular venue possible today. A round of applause for Madam Manjari Gokhale Joshi. Thank you very much, Madam, for Professor at the University of Manchester at the young age of 85, will present here today with us in this important conference. Thank you very much. I request everyone to be seated, please. I'm sure that we have the presence of Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, sir. Sir, can you hear us? Can you please put on your camera? Dr. Bhatkar, sir. Dr. Bhatkar, sir, can you hear us? Yes.
I'm present,
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being present here today. A very good evening from United Kingdoms. Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, and almost 60 plus delegates are present here today to hear to your views. Over to you, sir. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm talking to you from the city of Pune, which is called as India's knowledge city. We are I am participating in this Oxford conference from this knowledge city, where I think we have had great scientists and spiritualists of 17th century, and who enunciated the famous commentary on Bhagavad Gita. In that time, what was Marathi? This was such a remarkable contribution that it caught the attention of people at that time, and then later on translated in many languages when it got in from the ancient Marathi to several languages of the world. And this is how that commentary was one of the most immortal creation at that time, and which got translated and known to the people of the world, and today is revered as a mother of knowledge. She is called as Mauli, which means mother, and it is cherished in that manner, of course, in India, and particularly in Maharashtra, the state of India. And I am particularly so fascinated that even I read every day that some portions from that great treatise which are available to us, and it inspires me in several ways, because Bhagavad Gita has been translated in many languages of the world, and is accessible to all of us. So Professor Karad has been responsible for inspiring us and instilling us the values of education in that manner, the value-based education, which you want to spread all over the world. And this international conference involving Oxford and many cities of the world, we're traveling, and he will be talking on that. This will, of course, shape the education system of India, what is emerging, but education system for the world, which is emerging, comprising of 200 universities and thousands of students all over the world. And this is the purpose for which the conference is taking place. And I'm very happy that Professor Karad is traveling this time to many places of the world and giving the message of peace, which is his, I think, prevailing theme, which is happening today. I'm very happy that the world message, this message is going from India and Professor Karad to all over the world. So thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your address. It was indeed an honor and privilege to have you here today, all the way from Pune, India. Thank you very much. My friends, yeah, now we have with us the CEO of Radins, Dr. Renu Raj, who would be addressing the gathering. I request Dr. Renu Raj to kindly come forward.
Good afternoon, all of you. It's really a great pleasure to have you. But yeah, am I audible? Yes. So, good afternoon, all of you, and it's really very great to be here for this auspicious occasion, and that's also for the peace in the world, harmony in the world. As I heard from our previous speakers, we all are focusing to get united, to be in the one family, think the world is one family, as Dr. Karan has mentioned in his last line, that world is one, earth is one, sky is one, under where we all are living and taking care. The most important one of our speaker also mentioned, firstly when I heard him, that he said that we all are having so many contacts in our mobiles, in our emails, in our friend list, but we hardly speak to each other. Speaking, talking to each other is the most important thing. We have seen in the COVID time that we all were isolated, alone. We were thinking that, oh, someone should call us and know that how we are. And it was really a very big alarm and very big lesson for us. The Almighty and the nature has given that be united, keep in touch with each other. There is no harm in calling your friends and family and asking them how they are doing. That gives a great moral support when we talk to someone. Calling someone doesn't cost you anything, but it gives millions and tons of happiness to the person to whom you are just forgetting and just leaving behind because you are busy. Where you are running, you yourself you don't know. Where you are running, where you are busy, in what lust, in what is tiny lust of that happiness, where you are also not sure that where we are running, what for we are running, and we are forgetting our valuable, precious relations and family and friends. I am Dr. Renu Raj, CEO and founder of Radans International. We are pioneer for the legal tourism. We are not only for the business and for the litigation or mediation. Our role model is for the bringing world together to keep the harmony. Mediation is the process for the any dispute resolution where we don't have to get stressed, spend so much money, keep grudges and bad feelings from each other, but to sort out the problem while talking. What is mediation? Mediation is just to express and to talk. Take out your grudges. What exactly? Once we are talking to each other, once we are putting our problems, why we are far from each other. In that situation, the mediation takes place. And mediation is the right form of keeping the harmony, peace, and the time valuable to each other. So here I am just on behalf of Dr. Karan and his team and the MIT University that I am really very on short notice I am here. I am not knowing much about this MIT, but just for the peace, harmony and the education. Education is the basic system for any human being or even for the animal kingdom also. If you see the dog, if you are petting a dog and if you are not teaching a dog proper manners, behaviors, it can bite you. But if you teach dog, educate dog, also it will be a very gentle and kind to masters and to the guests who are coming to your place. So the education is the basic and the most important thing in our lives, everyone's life, to keep the peace and harmony. Education can be wrong also and education can be right also. So it is our responsibility to keep the harmony, peace and love in the world, to give the right education for entire world. I will not take much of your time because I know the lunch is here and everyone must be very hungry. So take care, have a lovely, lovely day ahead, and thanks a lot for being me here. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Surendra. And yes, indeed, as you mentioned, we are a few moments away from our lunch break. But indeed, this session cannot conclude before we hear remarks from revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti, sir. So I request revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti, sir, to guide us on.
Friends, it really fills my heart with a sense of pride and pleasure when I see around meeting all the great scholars, thinkers, philosophers, teachers. We are so much concerned with the subject. And before I make a few comments, let me be grateful to and thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this Oxford University, the body of trustees, the management, whatever the people have been trying to help us. It is something like a dream coming true. I had come here about 30 years back. And I still remember when I went round this university, I never thought that we would have a time when we meet together and discuss about the very subject regarding the very words of wisdom which were spoken by the great person Swami Vivekananda, which you know it very well. And I don't know, I never wanted to be an engineer myself. I was to become some administrative officer like that. But there is a destiny. Where from we have come, what is the purpose of life, and where are we going? Is a question because asked by Mr. Dr. Bhatkar. I still remember that when I came here at the time, in between I had some patients to move on to work. But I still remember I had visited also the Imperial College London. Being a professor, I was talking to the dean of the university. And you know where we are sitting here, in that great country called Great Britain. So I was very curious to discuss about this issue. When they have ruled the half the world, while getting down from the flight itself, because the Britain and the great people, they have ruled India too for 150 years. I was curious to understand what is the chemistry behind. I'm using the word, what is the chemistry? So I just asked that dean, what a great country you are. You rule almost half the world. There was no sun being set. So he said, Professor, correct yourself. It is not Great Britain which ruled the world. It was Oxford and Cambridge which ruled the world. Because here in this university, we have been trying to teach our students the very message and very aim of their life. They said they are born to rule the world. What a different sentence it was. And then I feel today that whatever little version I was to speak, you have just heard. What I'm feeling concerned, you know, the chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, terrorism, and whatnot, is horrifying. I don't want to comment much, you know it very well. The entire world is under some fear complex, some suspicion, and so many words can be used over the chaos, confrontation, the hatred, the massacre, terrorism. But the entire world has been under that situation. I, as an individual, I come from a very small village. I'm a farmer's son. The population of my village is hardly 2,000. I don't know who showed me the pathway and why I have come here. What is the purpose of myself coming here? Is it to impress you with something that doing something very great? No, I have come here to learn and understand each other. I do not know what is the chemistry of mind. Body and the brain, I understand as an engineer or a medical doctor. But I do not know the nature of soul or the spirit. Somebody said, or you said, about consciousness and reality. What is the nature of consciousness is the main issue, because there was Einstein, Schrodinger, Penrose, all these great people, I think, a few days back, Mr. Dr. Higgs passed away. But they have said, while before they are leaving this world, they say that please, like us, I am fortunately become the chancellor of 5 universities. But that position is not important. I have to prove my worthiness with all humility and humbleness and work for the humanity. So Einstein even has said at the end of his life that now the time has come. He says, we, the universities like Oxford or Cambridge or MIT Boston or from China or from Russia, whatever it is, you should start the schools of consciousness and reality. But many of the people and myself, I never have fully understood what is the essence and philosophy behind this word consciousness. The question comes, then what is the ultimate reality? What is the nature of mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness? These are very typical words which now I'm running 83. But now I have started understanding the very science behind it. Spirituality or religion is something like making some rituals. Everybody, so Hinduism or Christianity or Islam or the whatever other religions are being, how many of them have understood the real Quran? What is the prophet message? So many things can be discussed, but we have come to the conclusion that religion is nothing but to perform your duty. The duty toward the mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation and the whole world, working for the whole human race. Let me tell you, friends, I don't know it will be possible to show you the film of what is the purpose of this. It is said, as I'm not the maker, let me tell you honestly. This dome, I had no bicycle myself. Even 160 rupees in the Indian style, I couldn't purchase the cycle. And now I'm the head and the chancellor of 5 universities. Who made it? But I'm also the designer. There is no architect, no planner, no designer, no builder, no crane was used. And how this dome has come up? I'm not trying to mislead you in some other direction, but I feel that it was destined. It's some blessings of the mother, the father, or whatever the Almighty God you may call it. It's a very typical experience. Today there was no reason I should come here. Absolutely no reason. But some American universities before 5 months, they said, sir, would like to confer with the doctor of letters for your work. I said, it's enough. But then Chicago, beware from the Swami Vivekananda address from the Fullerton Hall, 1893, 11th September. In that hall, there is a lecture, tomorrow or day after. Who makes this possible? But in the last week, I said, or last month, it was not planned at all. And I never expected that I would have a chance to meet you people. And here is one my friend from our college university. Alex Hanky. What I'm saying is that don't want to mislead, but I was destined to meet you people, listen to each other, and knowing the very chemistry of mind. I'm using a very typical word. I was one of the keynote speakers in MIT Boston and the Stanford, both of them, where we were sitting in a department of chemistry itself. The first question which was asked, what is the nature of the soul, the spirit, and what is the chemistry of mind?
Prathani, I don't know, but I can speak for some time being an engineer. What I'm saying is we are the people, we have to understand all these lines. It has been said to you just now that every nation has its own geography, history, culture, traditions, philosophy, even the religion, concept of religion itself. What Christianity asked those, the prophet himself. Love and compassion is a recognition. Every religion has its own style and own style of functioning. But ultimately, the ultimate reality, the Almighty God, the truth, ultimate truth, it is called as. And being an engineer and scientist, and also a believer of science and religion, let me tell you, friends, spirituality is nothing but the real understanding. It's a science by itself. Spirituality is no way different at all. It's a science of how to live and how not to live. So many things can be discussed, and that's the only reason I came here. I'm grateful that, but let us join hands. I'm not asking for anything else. You are not going to ask me anything from me, but it's high time. What that sentence was said, that the humanity, do you know that the destructive weapons like nuclear, biological, chemical weapons and everything, what is the fighting? Stop fighting. If some foolish ruler, I don't want to say prime minister or the president or the whoever he is, but if there is a crazy person who comes to the power, and if somebody triggers it, this earth can be destroyed 1,000 times to ashes. So much is the stop fighting. And what they have made? What is the United Nations doing? What is WHO doing? When the corona, the COVID-19 came, you know that it was from England. The scientist was in Wuhan. I had a discussion for 1 hour with him on this web and everything. He remembered the Wuhan virus which suddenly came, and it had only a strength of 20%. If it comes with 30, 40 or 50%, what would happen to us? And any foolish person can do that now. Is it a nature made, natural one, or the man made? Discussion will go on for hundreds of years. And there will be no answer at all. And finally, some foolish person, some egoistic, selfish, foolish person, if takes some decision, it will be horrible for the whole human race. It will not make difference between Britain and India or China or Russia or America. And that's the reason I have a sincere feeling that the United Nations and the WHO should come together and be assertive. You should be assertive, otherwise it's horrifying situation for the whole human race, not for me or you or I. And where the only education can help. Our duty is to educate and train. About education, so much can be said, value-based education. What is meant by value-based? I think somebody spoke so nicely about the values. But you know what the values they mean. And controlling the anger, the jealousy, the hatred, and so many other bad qualities. And what is a God? In my opinion, the person who have lived with all the greatest wonderful virtues. The men of virtue themselves are like ordinary people, the saintly people, the prophets. So many things can be discussed. I am being an engineer, I do understand all these things. And that's why I have been fully convinced about myself. And that's why I have come to appeal to you. You should try to propagate, because there is a misunderstanding about spiritual component. Rituals, different. Everybody has his own style, own belief. But the real aspect of this is this really gives you a peace of mind. I said to you about the chemistry of mind. This is a typical word. Asking question is very easy, but you have been talking on the same lines, possibly about consciousness and everything. So I think I have a feeling that if you can bring some change, orientation to education system, maybe how many years after, I don't know. How many years you are going to be here, I don't know. It's a very typical destiny. But somebody has to begin, and possibly this is the place, Oxford University, wherein we are sitting in this small room and discussing about the whole world, whole human race, without no authority at all. I don't have any authority, I don't know, but the people like these, they may have on a group of people. But we have to certainly give a clarion call. And that was possibly to take place at the Oxford University. For your information, even though we are going to have a declaration in the afternoon, I feel that we have to appeal to the student community, and but basically the teachers like me and you and vice chancellors, chancellors, academicians, on any other field, whatever authority they are. If you can say, there is a misunderstanding basically. My personal feeling is, the moment you speak about religion, or moment you speak about spirituality, means like faith. It is not, it is a real understanding about the nature of mind, matter, spirit, and consciousness. About the ultimate reality is one. No question about anything else, it's a scientific statement being an engineer and making it. So let us remove that concept of the misunderstanding and falling this as a blind faith. If I'm sitting as a vice chancellor or the chancellor, why should I come here? I have enough. I have enough 6 universities, 5 universities. Nothing is to be what for I should worry about humanity at all. But there has been a message all the time. Of course, in my life at least, I don't know how it happens. But it's early morning before you get up, you are assigned a duty. The divine duty and the divine place. So Oxford University, this hall was to be a very divine destination for the divine cause and divine duty. That's my personal feeling. And that's why we have been together. So let us join hands for you have understood very much. You are, I think, wise enough. The man of wisdom, really speaking, but more than all this, how much money you have, how much knowledge you have, but more than how much passion and fire in your belly. What is the passion? When I look to all the great saints and prophets of the whole world, I don't see a difference at all. And you also have the same feeling. So that's why I say that passion and fire in the belly for the cause of well-being of the confined and well-being of the society, global society. So format of the Global Education Managing Council is one concept which I'm going to stress about. And of course that Oxford, Pune Declaration or value-based education, so many words can be put up. I think that's possibly a discussion part of it. But I once again say thank you so much. I'm grateful that you could find time. Possibly it's a vacation time.
Yeah.
For my university also it's a vacation time. But we are proceeding to Chicago tomorrow. And possibly I am a foolish person or a mad person, I don't know. But I'm trying to install a statue of Vivekananda in the Fullerton Hall. I don't know whether they will give me permission, but the statue has already been on the way to Chicago. And from Chicago, I'm going to Salt Lake City. There are 20,000 delegates coming together and offering a gift. I said, I don't want to give it or any qualification. Give us the blessings. So again, once again to you, I'm grateful. I think I can, being a teacher, I can speak for 40 minutes. So thank you so much, friends. But let's come together. Nothing to ask for. Come to India. See, and call me any other place, but I will be able to I can promise you that I will be in a position to travel so much of distance. Thank you so much, friends. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have continued with the beautiful half. We have reached the lunch break. Sorry, we are running a little behind the schedule, so I would like to request all of you to join us for lunch right in the same hall. We would start again the session in next 30 minutes. Yeah, so you can have your food. It was sunny, but now, yes.
Yeah,
After the, yes, after this session. Thank you very much. We'll break for 30 minutes for lunch. Thank you. We will start the session at 1:45 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
This is. Right, so you had the things imagine because all right. Otherwise, pollution. Cloudy. I didn't know that. Yeah. If you have spiritual heart, Himalayas, it means more than just having a good view. Because the mountain is a very special effort. These are self-regulatory mechanisms. Right now, someone mentioned I don't think any human being can do this. Sleep better the geneticist basically the same as the very first bacteria can address it. Yeah, but that's not the species because we cannot create life. Yeah. This is exactly the hubris we are up against because it's materialistic. And obviously they want to somehow integrate spirituality. Ray Kurzweil.
1 minute.
You're familiar with this work on that. Yes, okay. So he wrote a book in the 1990s, The Age of the Spiritual. And he's an engineer at Google for the last 50 years. He said everything. And then we will be spiritual like a hyper technology. But these people connect the basis of spirituality because they will use whatever they do. This is just the way it is. The technology is very rational on the trajectory of evolution.
big societal injustices that lead to even larger ones, to the ones on which we haven't spent enough time even to understand. And given the speed in which everything changes, we don't have the time even to react. So I'm very much worried about this aspect. Do we have the public institutions or the societal mechanisms to react in a timely manner to the challenges that technology imposes, even when technology is used in the name of the greater good? We cannot figure out the ultimate consequences. And we have that in the educational sector, for example. We give nice scholarships to underprivileged students, but we don't train their brains in the resilience that they actually need when they come into a world which they don't know. And what we observe is probably occasionally an increase in the suicide rate of our students, because we gave them the social and economic and learning opportunity, but we didn't train them in the resilience of their mind in order to take this opportunity given the circumstances. And the very last idea I'd like to share with you is that I certainly believe we should do something. I just recognize that I don't know what. So I'm here to confess how in need of something, an initiative or an innovation I feel, and how doubtful about which direction to take I am. I don't know whether we should look at more technological stuff, at more human connectedness, at more international and exchange of experiences, or in a more introspective and deeper reflection. I feel at a crossroads, and I hope that the rest of this day and the reflection afterwards can provide some inspiration as to how I can do something different in order to solve some of these frustrations which I have felt professionally as a professor in entrepreneurship and strategy at a business school. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Benita says about, we don't know how to arrive at the solution. And that basically Professor Dr. Vishwashanti has been working on finding the solution. And one of the solutions he found is that the scientific laws are applicable to the body and the brain, to this body as well as the cosmic body, or the entire body of the universe. And then there are spiritual laws which are applicable to the mind and the soul, and the cosmic mind, and the entirety of the universe. Together, both the scientific and spiritual laws constitute the universal laws. And when he's saying about the value-based universal education, that's what he means, is that how these universal laws, which are the constitute of scientific as well as spiritual, to be embedded in the education system. Because Mahatma Gandhi says that if we want to create peace in the world, we shall have to begin with the children. So if this comes in the university, yes, Professor Benita, yes, this is the solution Dr. Karad sir has been talking about. Well, in the next, today we have Professor Miss Tyrell Rand. She is a doctoral candidate in international relations and peace researcher. So may I request Ms. Tyrell here? Yes. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Tyrell.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. I'm not a professor yet, but a PhD candidate here at Oxford. And I've been working a lot with peace for the past 15 years. So by no means expert, but a great enthusiast when it comes to peace. And I want to share 3 things with you today. How youth or your students can get engaged with peace work, what I've learned about war today, and 3 core values that I think it's key to practice for peace. Because my journey didn't start in a grand conference hall or with historic peace treaties. My journey with peace started in my living room in Norway. And it's not given that a white, young, privileged Norwegian girl should get involved with peace. Actually, it's quite a privilege to work with peace. My past started watching a documentary about the 1979 revolution in Iran. I was shocked to realize what was happening. I went to the dinner table and talked to my mom. Ironically, my mom said, "Why don't you call the prime minister?" And said, "You want to work with Iran?" I didn't understand irony at the age 12, so I called the prime minister. I said, "Hello, I'm Tyrell, I'm 12, and I would like to work with Iran." A kind secretary told me, "Well, security clearance takes a year. We normally take in people with a master, 5 years work experience, and then maybe you can work on Iran." At 12, I didn't have time for that. It felt like it was a lifetime and more. So I called the Nobel Peace Prize Center and asked, "Hi, I'm Tyrell, I'm 12, and I would like to work on Iran." And a kind lady said, "Yes, why don't you come by tomorrow?" And I prepared my first CV, 2 lines. I was class representative, and I played volleyball. And that was the start of a journey of 8 years as the Nobel Peace Prize Center's youngest employee, learning from aspiring people who should have gotten a Peace Prize like Mahatma Gandhi, or Kailash Satyarthi, or Mother Teresa, or other Peace Prize winners who came by. And what I learned was that one of the key requirements to work with peace isn't a master's degree or 5 years work experience. It is engagement, proactivity, and reaching out. And we have to empower our youth to really take up that space. Because if you need to, it's completely good to have a master and 5 years work experience, which I'm working on now. But it's also about letting youth learn from a young age, because we can't put the requirements up. So I think particularly for youth, it's so key that we encourage them to be proactive, take up space, and reach out. Because the worst thing that you can be told is, "No, it's not your turn yet." So my journey has brought me to both the Nobel Peace Prize Center, but also as an intern to the UN Security Council, or recently a year at NATO, or now 6 years of research on peace. And there's 3 core values I've learned from this journey. But maybe before I go, I would like to do a show of hands. How many of you think war can lead to peace? Yeah. Oh, yeah. A little louder. Yeah, it was just a show of hands of how many things that war can lead to peace. I'm still very young and early in my career, but I'm yet to see a war leading to peace. So far, I've seen war leads to more war. What leads to peace, from my experience, has been acknowledging 3 points: respect, fairness, and non-violence. Here at Oxford, I founded the first Oxford Diplomatic Society, which has hosted over 75 events on the future of peace. So it's not that I'm a peace expert, it's just based on people who've been in peace processes. And the first thing that is core for any conflict is that someone feels disrespected or deeply humiliated. You don't have to agree with it, but you have to respect that that's how they're feeling, on a global scale or on a local scale. And one of the key people for the Black Friday agreement with Northern Ireland, he practiced this by always, when he was meeting his opponents, bowing in respect. And that established respect before a peace agreement was going to start. And the second is about fairness. Fairness is a feeling that lies in the heart, not injustice. Have you ever heard a child coming up to their mom and saying, "Mom, that is unjust"? No, they say that is not fair, because fairness lies in the heart, and that's what resonates with people. And we know from research that fairness leads to more happy outcome than justice. Um, so, and lastly, it's non-violence. Every peace process has been attempted before people take up violence. Every peace process has seen non-violent means, and that means we can continue to support under non-violent means. And that's what we need to teach our students: respect, fairness, and use of non-violence for political change. So thank you so much.
Respect, fairness, and non-violent means. Thank you, students. We have one more speaker. She is Kalyan Mahajan, Department Manager at HN Oxford. So Kalyan, please be very brief. Please welcome to our hands together for Kalyan.
Thank you, sir. I am just here to be a proud alumni of MIT-WPU, the Golden Scholar Batch of 2017. God, I just have goosebumps even being in the room with everyone here, the honorable speakers. So I'm just here to give a token of appreciation and to honor and to share the stage with you all. I sincerely wanted to express about the time that I was an MIT student, which not only altered my personality, but also helped me become like the greatest version of myself. I remember being a student, I used to dread the yoga lectures, the meditation practices that we used to do back in our school college time. But here, after working for 3 years, being away from MIT, not being a student at all, I do realize the importance of peace, meditation, and every possible thing that would not only change a human, but a world altogether. So this, coming from like a young generation, I do believe that all of us are realizing the importance of peace that has been inculcated in us from a very young age, and how important it is for every human, for every child, everyone to know how to prosper with that peace and how to live to learn a respectable life and how to make the world a better place to live in. So let's all oath to the pledge, and thank you for Karatsa for inculcating that to us. Being an MIT student has been an absolute honor, and I take proud in calling myself an alumni of MIT-WPU. Thank you all. Thank
Thank you, and may I now call Digvijay, Mr. Digvijay Karad to speak here. Please put your hands together for the briefing.
I'm going to be honest, I wasn't sure if I was going to speak until last night at 10:38 dot, when I was told to write a speech about familial values in education, why they're important. I wrote a speech, it's about 4 pages. I'm not going to read it out because it's a lot of word vomit I did last night. But one thing that did stand out out of all the ideas that I wrote down was that holistic value-based education does not exist in a vacuum. I mean, being in a university right now, learning, I would say that most endeavors by most universities that ends up being a vacuum. It's not taken outside. It's not, it's not used in a day-to-day. When I'm out with my friends, I'm not thinking about the values that were instilled in me and how that will affect my life going ahead. I'm thinking about what we're going to get for dinner and, pizza or burger or whatever. But, yeah, and so for me, what really helped instill these values, at least I think that instilled in me to a certain extent, is my family. I happen to be the grandson of Dr. Vishwashanti, and I'm very grateful for that to be, the case. I grew up in a relatively strict family. I was told what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. And for the longest time, I resented that. But growing up, being the person I am today, I can say I'm very glad that that's how it went, because I wouldn't have done it otherwise. And so I want to pull you up, and I'm going to say thank you for letting me speak. And it's honestly it's an honor being amongst, I'd say, giants in your own fields, and respect what all you've done and the one keeps done. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And they say that it does not matter how long it is, it matters how deep it is. So I think a big round of applause for the young man there for putting the parts. Not in length, but in depth. Thank you very much. Now we have one more personality with us who has been there and who has helped us a lot. Of course, he has a long old relationship with MIT, the top institutions. I request Dr. Bhalerao sir to kindly come forward and address the gathering.
Good afternoon all and namaskar. I am here basically in a multiple way. I represent not only MIT but the educational institutions as well. So I have a background of a professor in mechanical engineering, and currently I am working as an associate professor in University of East Anglia, Norwich, as a associate professor in design and mechanical engineering. I'm also currently doing my doctorate in business administration in University of Bath, which is in higher education management. So basically, I would like to talk about the role of higher education in value-based education. I think sometimes I feel very lucky because I am in a career from last so many years as an educational institution. And I think the role of higher education institution and education in general is very important. And when we talk about value-based education, I think it is still even it is more important. So when I'm standing here, actually, I'm not standing and I'm not only talking as an educational institution background, but I also want to talk as an alumni of MIT Pune, from where I started. So I came from a very small village or city from India, and I remember in 1994 when first time I went to Pune. Even Pune was a very big city compared to from where I came, and I got admission in MIT Pune, which was highly competitive at that time, and I got some good marks, and I made first time Professor Karad sir. And then the day I got my first day there, and I found that institution is having something different. And then in the 4 years of my education journey as a mechanical engineer, I found that there is a difference. And it was more than mechanical engineering. It was the character building that is what happened. And it was more than the knowledge of the engineering. I think it is more about the knowledge of life. That is what we have seen there. And that really helped us. And when I see the alumni of MIT Pune, they are currently working across the world. They are working as in different positions in different companies across the world. And when I see how this has happened, then many times I think that education is not just feeding a bell, but it is lighting a fire. And I think this value-based education, and when we talk about ethical education, I think that starts from the university, and that is very important. So I think the role of university and the leadership, university higher education leadership, is very, very important. We talk many times about sustainability goals, and many of us, we talk here about so many different problems about the global peace. But I think one more important aspect, which is very important as far as today and tomorrow's world, for our future generation, is sustainability. Because we have to keep this earth, our mother nature, for our future generation. That is very important. And for that purpose, I think the role of higher education is very important. It is not just offering one course of value-based education for the students of four credits and that's all. No. It is integral part of every course. It is the integral part of thinking. It is the integral part of innovation. It is the integral part of finding the solutions. It is the integral part of everything we do. I'm a mechanical engineer and I represent basically engineering students. And I meet my students across the world. And when I talk with the student, I frankly think that technology is the answer of everything, but it is the problem of everything as well many times. And that's why when I see that how this has to be overcome. So when we actually add the values in that, and that is self-discipline that we teach, that is about thinking about others, and that is very important. And all these values and thinking that can come by self-discipline, and that can come by the character building, and that is what the role of educational system is. I know there are lots of changes happening and lot of educational policies are coming, and people are talking about accreditation in higher education institutions, and people are talking about ethical educations and all that. But I frankly think that educational system should be integrated with the value-based education, and students should be not only taught about using the technologies, but using it responsibly, and thinking not only about the particular problem solution, but how it is going to create an impact with not only on the market, but how it is to be creating an impact to the mother nature. And if they follow that, I think there can be lots of problems which can be solved very easily. So I think here I just want to highlight that the role of higher education is very, very important, and it is, I think, sometimes is not only role but the responsibility as well. So with this, I just want to again thankful to Honorable Professor Karad sir and MIT Pune for giving me opportunity to stand in front of all of you and talk on this particular topic. Thank you very much.
And indeed, we have been having a great discussion since morning, and I'm sure you would have understood the work of previous Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir and his life mission he has been taking up so far. But my friends, there has been a very great fortune, and sometimes people from unknown corners of the world come forward and recognize your work. And that is the feeling of fulfillment, that is the probably a different feeling that I'm sure sir would have had on a very, very special day of 5th of September. If you visit the World Peace Dome, you would see many, many statues of great philosophers, saints, scientists in the dome. But 3 universities from United States of America came forward, and they expressed a wish after visiting the dome that the person who has created all this and visualized the world peace in this particular manner, we should honor this person and in a very, very special and different way. So they came forward and proposed that a larger than life statue of revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir should be installed at the dome so that everybody recognizes, and that was their way of expressing gratitude towards Vishwashanti Karad sir. Let me tell you the story behind the curtain. Sir was not very much in favor of what they were proposing, and sir said that this is not my work, I have not created this. This is the Almighty who is getting all this done through me. I'm not the creator, I'm not the one to whom the credit should be given. But thank God that he did not succeed in his, I would say, logical decision. The universities still came forward and they installed a statue of revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir. I think I can request my team if they can show us the glimpses of the film. Thank you.
this is an honor that you did not seek for impact your life has already had and continues to have to promote peace and harmony among all God's children.
This statue, as Dr. Grimm pointed out yesterday, is a symbol. And in the future, there will come young people who will say, who is this man? Of his life, of his work, of his goals, of his accomplishments and achievements. And that will inspire them to higher achievement.
On behalf of thousands and thousands who wish they could be here, your legacy will go on, and your statue will be a reminder to all of us the great contributions that you have made.
Where we are honoring the greatest teacher of this century, Dr. Vishwanath Karad. Not only he focuses on quality universal education, but it also focuses on spirituality attached to that universal education.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ को भारत रत्न नहीं, भारत महारत्न की उपाधि प्राप्त होनी चाहिए।
We know that in our, generally it is very unusual that the statue when the person is alive, and but I think eventually with the conviction and the love and the affection, what this marvel here is created by our beloved founder Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. So let us give a big round of applause for this creation.
I think that today's day is the culmination of the emotions, expressions, our gratitude towards our founder, Dr. Vishwanath Ji Karad, what he did for his entire life. I think that all is concluded in the form of this statue here, and the statue of Vishwadharmi, Vishwaguru.
Now it's time when I'm going to request the fellow of Cardiff University and visiting professor at University of Leicester, Professor Brian Ford, to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Please put your hands together and welcome the round of applause for Brian Ford.
Thank you very much. I was expecting you quite a bit later. I would ask you to talk amongst yourselves for a few moments while I get myself ready. I do want to say what an honour it is to be here. I'm very grateful to the Vice Chancellor for a very kind invitation. And also an excellent lunch. I noticed that all the Europeans made a beaver line for the sandwiches. So please go. I have to go back and get some more. And I also noticed that all the Indians, a bit like myself, made a beeline for the Indian food, which was wonderful. Australia was a cookie or rashalai, but you can't have everything. And I must say that to be in a room with so many brains is a very great honour. I was expecting to speak at 4, so you will forgive me while I just pop back and sort out my thought. I should say that I was told that I would need a transcript of my talk. And of course, the transcript takes an awfully long time to do. So I thought the best thing would be to write the talk first. Then I never had to do a transcript. And B, I cannot possibly go overtime. So please just relax for 2 or 3 minutes whilst I sort out my papers. Thank you.
So, meanwhile, we can continue with the rest, and I would like to request the co-founder of Arna Genetic Solutions, Renuka Kilkarji, to kindly come forward and address the gap.
Hi everyone, Honorable Karad sir and all the speakers and all the dignitaries here. So let me introduce myself. I am Renuka Kelkar. I am the founder of Arna Genetic Solutions Private Limited. And along with that, I am a Google Developer Expert for Flutter. I am the Google Developer Group Organizer for the London. I am the Women Techmaker Ambassador here. And I'm the UN delegate for the women empowerment. So let me just talk about 2 minutes about. So since morning. You can get email it. So since morning we are hearing about the what are the different aspects about the peace, right? So today I want to talk about the one more aspect about the peace is the gut health. And I think none of us is talking about this, the important aspect of about the peace. So my company is working around that. So we are working around the microbiome. So since we are going through the really bad phase of the COVID, right? And in that COVID phase, we all feel that how to improve our immunity. Everyone is finding a solution to how to improve our immunity. So people are doing so many experiments with their health, and people are taking different kind of kada and all this stuff. But there is a science behind that, and that science is called the microbiome. And you will think about that, this is about, we are talking about peace, and why Renuka is talking about the microbiome, or why she is talking about the gut health. But there is a particular connection about the gut health brain axis. So whatever we are in Indian, we say that whatever we eat, we are. So in that sense, so microbiome, our body is not made up of just only the visible organs, but there are the trillions of the invisible organs present in our body, and which help us to do all the things what we are in our life. So it helps us to digest our food, it helps us to what we think, it helps us to how we look. So we are right now ignoring that important aspect about the microbiome in our life. So there is a one more thing that we have a second brain, which is called as a gut. Gut is now we can say as our second brain. And why that so? Because whenever we eat something or whenever we think something, it's all our emotions are related to the. It's not real. It's all are the chemicals. So different kinds of chemicals secretes in our body when we feel happy, we feel sad,
we feel anxious. And why this is very important here, I am talking about this. In education system, if you see that around the world, there are so many things going on really bad, and that impacted the students who is going through the education. And the inner peace of the students is they are struggling with their own stress, how to tackle with the new fast growing technology, how to tackle with their own kind of weaknesses. And here I think we have to talk about the how we can nurture this student, or how we can nurture our future with the right nutrition. Because if you give the right nutrition to our new coming generation, and that will give definitely the peace in their mind. Because right now the students are going in really bad phase with the education what they are getting here, or whatever they are facing the problem. So you can see there are the many cases that students are enrolling really high education, but because of depression, you can see there are suicidal rates. So why this such thing happens? We are talking about the peace, but what are the solutions where we can talk about our inner peace? And that is my topic of this as inner zen. How you can find our inner zen? That is, you have to nurture, or you have to give right nutrition to your body. So that is what I want to express here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, sir. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Today we are asking why modern education confines itself to established scholarly subjects while precluding the spiritual imperatives that will always accompany peaceful, harmonious, personal development. As I found out when I was a teacher in my 20s, the syllabus is already full. So if we are to include some enlightenment in the curriculum, then we must consider what is currently being taught and understand the origin of current didactic orthodoxies. They largely began in Britain. 90% of the countries in the world have been invaded by Britain. The British Commonwealth, when Her Majesty came to the throne, was just a few countries. It is now 56. So you can quite see why it is that British influence came to bear on world education. But there was nothing new about it. The British educational ideas actually have medieval, prehistoric origins. The Christmas holiday was in fact marking the solstice in the middle of winter. The Easter holiday marks the vernal equinox. And the long summer holiday marked the time when children could not go to school, they had to be at home so they could join in helping to bring in the harvest. In consequence, we now have 21st century youngsters being taught by 20th century teachers, using 19th century disciplines in an 18th century environment, derived from 17th century schoolroom, based on 16th century terms corresponding to 15th century religious traditions, and the goals of British practices are now irrelevant to modern education, which is why almost a quarter of British school pupils do not regularly go to school. School is unnatural. It consists of having a class of youngsters of the same age, incarcerated in a room, with a teacher with the same bullies, the same frustrated geniuses, the same show-offs, the same rivals, the same successful scholars, and the same teachers' pets. Throughout the turbulent time of the teens, it is unnatural not to mingle and be influenced by role models of disparate ages. In the adult world, if you find yourself confined in a toxic system with mind-numbing managers, you're free to go and apply for another job, but not in school. There you are constrained by law within a group of arbitrarily selected contemporaries, praised or persecuted, potentiated or pilloried purely by the vicissitudes of fate. And you must endure this throughout the tumescent turmoil of teenage, when your mature character is struggling to emerge from the cocooned, untrammeled innocence of childhood. Classrooms made sense when schools were the only source of instruction for the young. The books you needed to understand your world were there. The person who was experienced in the art of enlightenment was that rare and valued individual, the school teacher. They alone had access to the knowledge that you need and the facility to make it enticing, but not anymore. Every fact, every notion, every wild and distorted idea is all over the internet. 86% of 4-year-olds in the West use a tablet. And by the age of 15, 90% have a mobile phone. Social media algorithms capture our youngsters by creating obsessive discord, aggression, and the fear of exclusion. Until that dominates their lives, teenagers naturally become anxious. So modern medicine has designated this as generalized anxiety disorder, a disease necessitating therapy. In 2017, 1 child in 9 was said to have a mental disorder. Currently, it's 1 child in 5. Whatever knowledge we wish to acquire is on YouTube, whether it's how to find a kid or how to dissect the heart from an artichoke. And teachers are no longer the admired and respected pinnacles of society that they once were. When I was in university, my fellow students were regarding teaching as a safe option if they couldn't get anything better. And now, with the aid of the internet, the kids often know more than their teachers. In my most recent book, I pointed out that schools have in essence become a state-funded babysitting service for working parents. Universities are costly, constrained, and costly, and neither indulge in education. That term derives from the Latin educere, to draw out, to help flourish. But current education establishments aim instead to train. Education and training are treated like synonyms, but they're not. Whereas education connotes the liberation of potential, training originates from the Norman French verb, traîner, to drag along behind you. A steam locomotive pulling its train, as an example. So is the train that a bride owns in her way. The Norman French dictionary exemplifies this disparity. They define training as to pull, to drag along the ground, or dragging a person behind a horse or on a wooden frame as a form of torture. And that is how we teach today. Challenging orthodoxies is an affront to establishment values. In Britain, outrageous opinions or contentious conclusions can have you blocked from social media, even hauled before the courts for indulging in hate speech. And once you're through university, you are faced with the guillotine of peer review, that ultimate scholarly sanction against our knowledge of novel notions. The Indian system of education is closely related to traditional teaching in Britain. It is founded on teacher-led instruction, with rote learning at its heart. The number of advanced factories opening in India, and the fact that most online call centers are Indian, reminds the West of the important part that can play. In British schools, memorization is downplayed, although we all accept that times tables can help in the supermarket. that knowing the alphabet is important if you wish to find an index entry, and that a knowledge of grammar helps if you're applying for a job. Spelling is said to be unimportant, though the adherents of that view would never submit themselves to surgery from a brain surgeon who spelled P-R-A-O-E. Youngsters love learning. They are quick to memorize the lyrics of the latest popular song or the assonant poetism of a new rap release. Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande both have more than 70 million followers on Spotify alone. And you can be confident that their followers know every lyric by heart, learned with pride by rote. Britain retained a teacher-led approach to learning through much of the 20th century, but the quest to come high in the league table meant that the questions became easier and easier every year, until they were laughably simple. Previous generations were expected to be witty, insightful, and literate. An examination paper for 16-year-olds in 1894 had this question: what is the essential nature of a breathing organ? Describe any special form of it with which you happen to be acquainted. It's delicious, it's challenging, it requires an understanding of how the body works, but it's phrased in terms that respects the pupil. There was a lung question 100 years later. Alongside a crude diagram showing a mucus layer, pupils were simply asked, what is the job of this mucus? There is no inducement to write fine literature. And the answer is something you hardly need to go to school to work out for yourself. During my research, I compared two biology papers, one from 1947 and the other from 50 years later. The latter question, 1997, had a diagram of the cross-section of a leaf. Every part was labelled with its name, from the cuticle down through the mesophyll to the stomata on the lower part of the leaf. And the question was, what do a palisade cell and a stomatal guard cell do? That's it. Pupils just had to know their function. The leaf section in the 1947 paper had each structure anonymized by a letter from A, the cuticle, to K, the lower epidermis. Candidates had to identify all the 11 anatomical features, the same that were helpfully spelled out in full within 50 years. And 3 were then selected for pupils to discuss. Over the years, the amount of knowledge that each pupil needed to pass an exam was slashed to a tiny proportion of what it had been. 30 years ago, I first published my concerns, was interviewed on the problem, television, and my serious reservations about the deterioration of education were reported in the press. Geraldine Hackett, an education correspondent, reported that examination boards were being instructed to mark papers more generously. It showed that the number of British 16-year-olds gaining the top grade almost doubled in the space of a dozen years. In the United States, the proportion of students being granted an A grade rose from 15% in 1940 to about 50% now. All the time, youngsters were being expected to know less. It was clear to me decades ago that society would suffer the consequence and things had to change. In Britain, teaching altered its emphasis. Rather than being founded on learning, the trend has been to have pupils test hypotheses and to indulge in critical thinking. But there is a problem. The trend has been to replace learning to replace critical thinking with abstract learning. And no one is ever taught how to think. There is no free speech in an age of conformity. No one is ever criticised. Competition is discouraged, lest those who don't win feel left out. There are the annoying youngsters at the back of the class, and they're the ones who get all the attention, while the high flyers are held back and frustrated. Even abject failures must be said to succeed. Definitions have been upgraded to compensate. Thus, pupils are now students, or the aspirational term that used to mark out those who managed to get to college. And Britain now has little children who graduate from school, American style, even juniors wear gowns to confer a spurious sense of success. Professor Graham Zedek, as Vice Chancellor of the University of London, said that more than half of their undergraduates were not fitted to be at university. The official government statistics of Britain and America both confidently claim that 100% of their young adults can read and write. It isn't true. Academic analysis has shown for years that at least 1/5 can't after all those years in school. And it's getting worse. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak recently announced that a quarter of students leaving school cannot read, write, or do arithmetic. They cannot read and write properly, and they cannot do their sums after all those years in school. There was a time when more was expected. Although there were no overseas holidays for everyone during Victorian England, teenagers in the late 1880s were expected to be able to draw a map of Europe, to trace the course of the major rivers, to enter the mountain ranges, to indicate the great cities. Today, such scholarship is extinct. And you see questions online like, I know Rome, Georgia, USA. Is there actually a Rome in Italy? And why are we so friendly with China after they bombed Pearl Harbor? The results of this deterioration are visible all around us. Our civilized world is collapsing. Not just education, but health provision, armed forces, railways, courts are all failing in Britain. Parliament is a shambles. The British National Health Service has recorded that life expectancy is falling, as it is in America, after decades when it's steadily. Medical notes are still written on paper. Diagnoses are missed. And in Britain, we produce far fewer medical staff than we need. It's some 40 years since Britain engaged in the Falklands War, sending troops over 8,000 miles to protect the interests of the British residents of those islands. Currently, our armed forces are reduced. Britain has 2 aircraft carriers, the Prince of Wales, which broke down in 2022 as it was due to leave for America, and the Queen Elizabeth, which broke down more recently before joining a NATO exercise. And neither aircraft carrier can carry aircraft. Not until 2030 will one of them have the planes it's meant to have. The British rail system is chaotic. I used to commute from Cardiff to London and once had a train cancelled due to heavy snowfall that blocked the line. In recent months, there have been 1,000 cancellations in Britain every single day. There are over 30 discounted rail cards, all offering similar benefits and costing about the same. There need be only one. Our rivers are polluted with untreated sewage, while our water rates continue to rise. In each case, the directors who run these enterprises are paid vast sums and given colossal bonuses, even when they fail to perform as they should. The law courts currently have over 60,000 cases as a backlog, and many of the newly passed laws are nonsensical. Our failure to educate, just as predicted, is everywhere evident. The sole purpose of going to school is to equip yourself for adult life. Yet that is what nobody is ever taught. Parents are berated for failing to feed their children properly. Yet in school, nobody learns how to raise children, cook a meal, or run a home. They say people don't behave properly on holiday, or in the theatre, or in travelling by plane. Yet nobody has ever learned these things. Youngsters need to know how to drive a car, how to change a baby, book a holiday, service a washing machine, plant a hedge, operate a cell phone, bath a child, choose a career, build a wall, make jam, assemble a wardrobe, fit a kitchen, or wire a plug. Instead, they taught Shakespeare and algebra, neither of which are of practical benefit to their adult lives. Now, it's good to be taught about the early English writers, of course, but we neglect all the other Elizabethan scribes, John Webster and Thomas Gibbs, Francis Beaumont and John Fletcher, and of course Christopher Marlowe. Teenagers should know about algebra, but not being immersed in it for years on end. I've never needed to do algebra in all my adult life as a scientist. We're better to teach Euclidean geometry, but it's logical puzzle solving. Youngsters love puzzles. That would train the brain. It was abolished in Britain 50 years ago. Rebels will think back to the lyrics by Roger Waters, the Pink Floyd album, Another Brick in the Wall of 1979. We don't need no education. Teachers leave them kids alone. Yet, unless they'd all been taught, there would have been no music, no lyrics, no album. Youngsters have to learn in their earliest days how to dress, how to drink, how to talk, how to wash, how to use the toilet, how to walk, how to eat. How many are being taught how to be courteous, trustworthy, reliable, or kind? What now preoccupies American teaching is the curious concoction of critical race theory. In Britain, it's bizarre ideas on sexual identity. The BBC has been teaching children that there are over 100 genders. In Britain 15 years ago, a few dozen youngsters presented with gender dysphoria every year. Now, each year, it's over 5,000. 2 years ago, I published an article on the fallacies of gender reassignment, and last week, Dr. Hilary Cass released her report, validating my views by emphasizing the lack of scientific justification for it. Children are taught that they can never change their identity, that they can easily change their identity, or they can block puberty at will. But they've never learned from anybody how to grow up. Children are taught that they can change their gender, but we don't teach boys how to become compassionate, courageous, conscientious, and chivalrous young men. We never teach girls how to become carefree, creative, caring, charismatic, and clever young women. Yes, you can deviate from the norm, and nobody must ever be forced into a role that doesn't suit them, for we all have to make our own way, but not until you know how most are meant to mature. So can we improve matters by reviving spiritual teachings from distant past? Religions celebrate their leaders by citing survival documentation, some of which contain thoughtful musing on ways society might run. Their founders preached peace. But established religions have since been responsible for little other than warfare, anguish, pain, exclusion, and misery. We're taught that our future is going to be overtaken by artificial intelligence, AI. But that's just digital automation, following centuries of automation of everything, from weaving fabrics and manufacturing motor cars to washing clothes and dishes in the modern home. All cost workers their jobs. It's nothing surprising. And whatever else AI might be, it's not intelligent. A single cell is, but not a computer. So, in conclusion, what threatens our future is the anonymous and pervasive nature of social media. Everybody, even the young, have instant access to everything, from making meringues to barbaric beheadings, from soft fabrics to hard pornography. And once seen, such sites cannot ever be unseen. Many of the videos on social media are simply lies. Treatments and cures, gadgets and gifts. There are air-headed influencers paid to beguile the young with fictions fabricated to ensnare their souls. Conspiracies abound, lurking between the Asian child prodigies and the American enthusiasts with something sensible to say. The familiar world we all knew is dead. In its place is a free-for-all of fakery and fancy. So don't ban the smartphone in your classroom. Youngsters must learn how to use it. Schools need to become interactive social centers, sources of security, places to which teenagers long to return. There they will acquire essential life skills, find out how to deal with the world, and yes, learn about the contentment, loyalty, altruism, and peace that will guide them through their diverting, disturbing digital destiny. For the first time in history, tomorrow is here, today. Thank you.
I think a bigger round of applause is deserved definitely. For a beautiful way of right. So now it's time when the forum will be open for open questions and answers. So you can have your questions ready, and I'm going to every one of you is free to ask questions if you have any. So please start thinking, or suggestions or recommendations, whatever you want to say. But before I open the session, we would like to have a look at one more video which has come all the way from India. Swami Gyanvatsal Dasji, who represents BAPS, and he was also willing to come here all the way, but he could not make it. So he has sent his message, which I'll read you now.
Namaskar, Pranam. With proclamations of the divine feet of Bhagavan Swaminarayan, Bhagavan Shri Ram, Bhagavan Shri Krishna. My Guru Hari, Param Puja Prabhu Swami Maharaj, and my Pragat Guru Hari, Param Puja Mahan Swami Maharaj.
My heartiest best wishes and congratulations to my very good friend and elder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karadji, the founder president of MIT World Peace University Pune, and the UNESCO chairholder for Human Rights, Democracy and Peace, for holding a wonderful conference at the University of Oxford. I also congratulate MIT for setting up the whole infrastructure and the ecosystem for this conference. And well, I've been asked to participate through a video conference. And when this conference is all about human rights, democracy, and peace, let's talk of peace from a spiritual aspect of life. Many years back, many years back, the then Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Dag Hammarskjöld, he said in one of his speeches that we at the United Nations, we have tried hard to bring peace upon this earth, but we have miserably failed. And then he goes that without a spiritual renaissance, the world will not know what peace is. So for the world to know peace, we need not just theoretical spirituality, but practical spirituality practiced in day-to-day life. The great Vedic prayer of the great Indian scriptures teaches us this. Sarvetra sukhina santu, sarve santu niramaya, sarve badrani pashyantu ma kaschit dukhmapnuyat. The meaning of this prayer is, let one and all be happy. Let one and all enjoy good health. Nobody should experience any kind of ill diseases. Let one and all see goodness and auspiciousness around them, in the people around them. And let there be no one unhappy or distressed. This Vedic prayer has been taught to us by the great rishis and seers of India. And it has come down in generations. If each and every citizen upon this earth, irrespective to caste, creed, color, religion, nationality, has this feeling, has this emotion, and if he prays daily to whichever form of God, super entity that he believes in, that positive vibes, that spiritual vibes from his heart creates an atmosphere around him. And when every citizen does it, the whole earth will be lived in this atmosphere of spirituality, of selflessness, of prayers for others, of wishing good of others. And that is why our Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who created more than 1,300 social institutions of social service to create more happiness and peace in the society for humanity. He lived his motto, in the good of others lies our own. In the progress of others rests our own. He lived this motto, he lived it to the drop of his blood, and he worked tirelessly for the upliftment of society in all walks of life. Today our present Guru Hari Parapuja Mahant Swami Maharaj, you would be surprised at the age of 91 when he wakes up at about 4 in the morning. He remembers many countries, say their names, and individually he prays that the people of that country, may they experience peace and prosperity and good health in their life. May they be binded with each other through family values and social structure. He lists out countless countries and prays for them. So the first spiritual renaissance that I think the United Nations Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld was talking about.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. Thank you very much for that message. Indeed, it is good fortune that from all corners of the world we are getting the greetings and the messages for this conference. Now, I think I will open the session for question and answers. So if any one of you have any questions, suggestion, recommendation, or want to say something quickly, you can raise your hands. I'll pass on the mic and you can join in the discussion. Jagtamji, yes. Yeah, please.
Good evening, everybody. पहले तो मैं 2 शब्द हिंदी में कहूंगा कि हम बचलते हैं तो आसमान झुक जाते हैं, हम बदलते हैं तो इतिहास बदल देते हैं। करण साहब, आपने जो इतिहास बदलने का काम किया है, दैट इज वेरी मार्वलस थिंग। दूसरी एक बात कहूंगा, एक ही बात कहूंगा कि अय्यम्मा इकबाल ने जो कहा था कि मगरिब की वादियों में गूंजे अज़ा हमारी, मगरिब की वादियों में गूंजे अज़ा हमारी, मुमकिन नहीं मिटाना नामो निशान हमारा। क्या बात है कि कटती नहीं कश्ती हमारी, वरना दौड़े रहा दुश्मन हमारा, सारे जहां से अच्छा भारत देश हमारा। एक बार जोरदार तालियां और हमें इंडिया। I would like to thank Professor Dr. Kararji, who has given this opportunity to speak in front of you. And thanks to Mr. Gautam Chakravarti. I am the representative of Gautam Chakravarti, who is the FABO General Secretary in the United Kingdom. And myself, I am the Chief Coordinator of FABO, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to speak about the concept that the fundamental rights, and it's a very great thing that you people have given this opportunity for this such a grand official. Karachi, whatever you are doing, it is marvelous. And whatever we have done in Pune, it is also marvelous. So thanks to everybody, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, any suggestions, any recommendations? Yes. Yes.
I wanted to make a comment on Dr. Neil Hawkes' talk. It was absolutely outstanding and wonderful. And so amazing to see that we can introduce values in schools in the way that we do. I mean, it was such a learning experience for my son. Now, the East and the West share certain highest standards. In India, Well, let's start with the West. Plato names three highest ideas: truth, goodness, beauty. And he says that really these three ideas are one, and that when you really comprehend those, it changes your understanding of life. Now, in India, in the Vedic civilization, there were three ideals called Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram. Truth, I translate Shiva as godliness, which is the same as goodness, because in most languages, the word God and good are deeply and intimately related. So here you have three of the highest abstract ideas, principles, values. Do you think these can be made to have a deep feeling inner reality for children?
Thank you very much for your generous comments, which I very much appreciate. I can only speak from experience, and the experience is that you do not give children values. That's number one. What you do is you have a meeting of your community, and you ask the question, what are the dispositions you would like in your children to develop? Now, in doing this nearly thousands of times, I know they come up with a very similar list, which includes yours, your thinking. So values that are imposed, and what traditionally what schools and organizations have done, is that they had a group of values that they said, these are our values. But you don't get buy-in from people if you do that. You have to have engagement and you have to have people feel. The problem is most people don't really know what values are or what we mean. So you have to go through a learning process with the community. So that's number one. It's interesting about hierarchies of values. What I've learned through working with very young children, I always remember a group of 11-year-olds who were asked to think about a group of values. So there were about 20 values, and the question was, which is the most important value? Put them in rank order. And what the children did was that they didn't rank order. They put them all in a circle, but they put one value in the middle. And the value that they put in the middle was the word love. And I said, why have you put the word love in the middle? And the young girl said, she said, well, if you don't have love, you can't have any of the other values. So the message is you have to think of an extended ethical vocabulary. You can have some core values, which you're talking about, but you have to have an extended vocabulary for the children to really have the vocabulary. The second thing is you teach the values explicitly and implicitly. So well done this side of the room for listening to me. You've cooperated, you've shown respect. Well done. So I'm using the values implicitly. Now we're going to have a lesson about something and I'll teach them explicitly. So a values-based organization is using the words and the concepts all the time. And it has to be led by the heart as well as the brain. So it's heart and brain working together and the mind. And then you have that. I'm totally in agreement with Dr. Conrad. We've had conversations. But it's a process that goes on. Universities have failed terribly, in my view, over recent years, because they spend most of the time arguing about things and looking for brownie points, we call them in the United Kingdom. They really do need to cooperate together and really think what is a values-based organisation. And your universities can show the way, and I think they are doing it.
Yes, sir.
I have taken the mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So can I speak?
Yes, sir, of course.
You like to ask me?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, please give him the mic.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. First, I would like to elaborate quickly. I call it a metaphysical cluster. So basically, these higher values, they are associated. If you would like to use the language of children, love is the mother of the father of all the others. So if we leave out truth, justice, all these higher values, they are associated. You can't have one without the other. So honesty and truth are the preconditions for justice. Without justice, you can't have love. So they are basically higher metaphysical values which are clustered, which cannot be separated. And on the other hand, you have their counterparts, their opposites. These are hate, deceit, dishonesty. And I think we actually missed talking about these counterparts. Because when we talk about the educational system, and this is my question, this is a great question. This is my question. It's always good to break the discussion down just a simple, straightforward question. So the question would be, I just talked about these higher values and their counterparts. Is it just a small deficit in our educational system? Or is this actually an intentional misdirection of the human spirit by psychological and neuroscientific methods, which understand that children's neuroplasticity is high? If you want to control society, destroy love, create war and hate, you need to inculcate these negative values in the children, and that's where the propaganda, the dark pedagogy, that we have to talk about. So, one more thing, most people don't know that the German education system was actually exported internationally. In the 17th century, you had a Dr. Schreber. His books were translated into Indian languages, English, all over the place. And these people actually specialized on breaking the will of little children. And many argue that Nazi Germany would not have been possible without these preparations. So the question is...
Thank you, I got the question. Friends, I said to you in the morning, very frankly, that I have come here not to teach or preach you anything. But let me tell you, whatever you have in mind, the same thing prevails in me. And the mission seems to be quite common. The issue is people have been asking for the last 45, 50 years, I've been trying to do some little, not a very big thing, what I've been trying to do. The people ask me, Professor Gerard, you are talking all the time about peace and education and whatnot. Whether you have peace in your mind and heart. And I have to say no. Then if I do not have peace for myself, I don't know how many of you have raised the peace in your family too. Answer is negative. Question is, but even though the answer is negative, whether we should do something or try to do some contribution in the name of Almighty God or in the name of parents is the main issue. Everybody understands what you are saying or what the gentleman spoke or the seniors have spoken. Our mission has been, I'll tell you, I had read it's about 7 years back. I should not comment about anybody or any country. But before I make that comment and tell you the story, I feel sincerely, I said to you in the morning, the Indo-British global education model or a managing concept is the concept why Indians have their own traditions, philosophy, and the way of life. The British, who were taught by the Oxford and Cambridge itself, that they are born to rule the world. See the language. Every person has been having some teaching from his parents. The question is whether we can join hands together. Indians have good quality, Germans have good quality, the community of states, or the Mormons, or the British, or anybody else. So that's why we have said that whether we can think of Indo-British education value system. What do we mean by this? British people, they have their own qualities, the topmost. The courage, conviction, determination, and commitment, punctuality. But Indians do not have a punctuality because we say Indian time. It is subject of ridiculous. I'm Indian myself. But the world over, there's a Japanese management model, Japanese time, American time, British time. They follow the time. I had the conference in Delhi, the first one, 30 years back. I was not knowing, so 8 o'clock was the time. And the organizers were the British people. And I went there to the hall conference 8 after 5 minutes. The door was closed. I said, what is this nonsense? I was trying to open the door. They said, no, please go back. But I learned to listen. I appreciate when they follow 8 o'clock means only 8. And in our India, 8 o'clock means 9. But another thing about the British, I tell you, about 6 years back, I read a news in the Indian Express of India, a big newspaper. The news was the British children. Gentlemen, listen to me. The children in the age group of 10 and 11 of 9 in this Great Britain are having a tendency to make suicides. I was shocked. How can a child of 9, 10 and 11 and why we should feel to become suicide is a 5-star bungalow, 5-star car, 5-star bedroom, everything is 5-star. No dearth of money. Everything. And still a child of 9 and 10 getting some negative thoughts like this. What would be the reason? The child or the real love and affection from mother and the father, which is missing. In India, we are your followers. Indians and the whole world, let me tell you, your dress, your language, your command, your other qualities, good qualities, the world is following. But nowadays in India, our own people, they are going to the pubs and shops and the uncalled for places, and we have a problem. We are your followers. So if the Britain can create a university like Oxford, Cambridge, or whatever it is, and the MIT Boston too, if they take the lead and come together, understand each other, what is the lack of? Why this mechanism is not properly functioning? The mechanism is the same. The body is the brain, heart and the mind. It's a 4-bar mechanism. As an engineer, I'm telling you, as a man of science, I'm telling you, it's a 4-bar mechanism. Smallest of the small living beings, which can't be seen. The mechanism is same. The function is 100% same. The breathing, the digestive system, or any other system, study it now. Understand it, basically. If the mechanism has been the same, it is universal. And the law of the universe is power. It is not different for me or for him, because he is a great man with suit. And I'm sitting with the Dhoti of India. Silk. Whatever it is. But it doesn't make a difference. But this is what the universities have to understand first. Universities are the greatest men, the most intellectual, scholarly people. But they have a misunderstanding of the spiritual thought of life. Spirituality itself is a science by itself. It is a very scientific, logical, philosophical narration of the principles and laws of nature and life. Both, two things I say. The laws are there, universal laws. So all the great men who are ruling the country, they should be told that the law of any nation must run close to the rule of life of the people. And rule of the life of the people which make themselves how to behave, how not to, what not to eat, what not to eat and what to eat, how to take the exercise, how to meditate or not meditate. You decide yourself. So you make a law for yourself. It is not somebody else to make you your law. So these are some of the aspects I think that universities like this or any other universities of any of the countries, if they think on these lines, we can train, we can educate. You have to have a respect for the mother and the father, the family, the society. And then possibly we have done our job. So this is to promote virtue of peace. It's not an easy job. It is not in my hand or in your hand. But possibly whether we can change the mindset. And the equation for the entropy equation, don't create a disorder. In India, to create a disorder and harm the parent or the friend or society member itself is a sin. There are definitions in Islam, in Christianity, the love and compassion. The message of Prophet Jesus himself. Now, after no difference. It is exactly the same energy which prevails. It's a huge mechanism, can't imagine oneself.
Indian and English time. I was, about 30 years ago, I was asked to give a big speech to open a meeting. And the meeting was going to start at 9 o'clock. So at 10 to 9 I arrived, I was all ready, and I had to find a janitor to open the hall to let me in, there's nobody there. But 8 minutes past 9, he came one of the organizers, he said, "Oh my God, I had such a good sleep, you're here early." Now, in England, if you weren't there ready to speak at 9 as the Fox Club, it would be a terrible sin. And you mentioned you're from Germany. We had a conversation. A friend of mine in California, he was saying, "Oh my God," he said, "I ended up in the police cell." He said, "They cancelled my license because I was drunk driving." And I was driving the car, straight out, and when the police came up, "Oh my God, that cell, it stank." So he turned to my German friend and he said, "What happens to you if you drive without a license?" And the German listened and said, "But you can't drive." And he said, "Oh, what happens if you did drive without your license?" And he said, "Well, no, you can't drive, you haven't got a license. It's impossible to drive." "No, but I was driving without a license." "I don't understand. They cancelled the license, so therefore you cannot drive." The cultural difference. And Britain and America, Britain and India, we love the Indians because of their laid back and very philosophical manner. And when we talk British bureaucracy out of India, they sucked it up like long.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's a very friendly dialogue. The problem is that we, the Indians, have become the followers of these people. That is the worry. Really, whatever something very good in you or in India, whether we can sit in the house and do something. Everybody has a good or a bad quality, what I have been trying to tell you. And I would like to say, intro British is Western, Islam is West, Eastern. East and West to me is always a question. There are good and bad parts both sides. Do you know that when the Corona or the COVID pandemic came, how many people died in America? And how many died in Britain? How many died in India? You count it. So advanced countries like Britain and America, there are maximum deaths. More than 3 to 4 times than India. How did it happen? What is the reason? What is the mechanism? In Italy, Rome, how many people died? They have to put by the trucks. The body is put together and being put up under the ground. So, no more discussion, but what I'm saying is, these are the least issues. We have not a solution of crime. Trying to go with people, and I said about the children, the family system is not on the growing, I would say, but decline. Word over, the family system is having a problem. Joint family, single family, family. Money, no doubt. But how and what way to spend and for whom to spend are some of the issues which are very common to every one of us. I think I will just tell you, I've been trying to.
So, Pune declaration has to read first and then you will be an honor scholarship.
Yes, I won't have to know.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Before he was true Vice Chancellor, Mr. Milind Pandey, he is double doctorate in electronics and IT and computer. He is a master of Google technology. He will read the declaration which you have to approve and say whether it is on the right direction. But yesterday only a thought came to my mind from Pune. And they said, for the first time possibly sitting in the campus of this famous university of the world. But I felt that I appreciate the qualities and the competence of the British on the Western world. So I said that I had been trying to propose Board of Trustees of MIT. The name is Professor Vishwanath Karad, my own name, being the founder, president, World Peace Scholarships to be instituted by MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, exclusively for the scholarly students of Oxford, Cambridge, and the British universities from the Great Britain. 1 year postgraduate diploma, 2 year postgraduate degree program, and 3 year PhD program. 1. Gandhian peace studies based on the principles of truth and non-violence. Second, world peace and social transformation based on the principles enunciated by Dr. Gautam Buddha and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Study of the nature of the universal consciousness and pure intelligence for the well-being of the mankind based on the enunciations and the revelations of philosopher Saint Sri Dhaneshwara and philosopher scientist Dr. Albert Einstein. Friends, this normally philosophers saint and philosophers scientist is not a normal combination. But this is the time and this is the realization. It is not Professor Karabuli studies. The greatest scientists of today, from any country to any country, they have a passion and a fire in their belly that now to realize the self, the self-consciousness, reality, ultimate truth, Almighty God. You may call all these names. But that should be the study, and for some few people who want to devote their life for the cause of well-being of the mankind and to save the earth from possibly impending danger of destruction because of misuse of the authority and misuse of the weapons prevailing piled up all over the globe. That is the real value. What happens, we don't know. Let me tell you now, whatever is going on, you know, if some foolish person comes on the power and he is so egoistic, so thirsty for money, power, and earnings and enjoyment, and if he wrongly clicks the button, what will happen? Anyone, either in America or England or any other nation or any other small country like Korea, if they click that Hiroshima, only one bomb. But the bell has started ringing once again. The bell of Hiroshima are ringing on its own, giving a clarion call to the whole of human race. Be careful. Think it over. And don't do these foolish nonsense things of heralding weapons. And the biological weapons, chemical weapons are the worst of the worst. You can't imagine. You know, my Prime Minister was giving a speech and he said, the greatest danger of this impending corona is likely to come and be behind the door. So I was sitting 2 years behind the door. All churches were closed, the temples were closed, every mosque was closed. And we had no solution at all. Possibly something came and then there was a revival. but we don't know how this machine is going to function. And you are the people who can, and no nation or no society is built by this so-called group on the streets. The society has been built by the people like you, the scholarly people, who can understand and think, and then the accountability and the responsibility comes to us. That's why it's a small attempt. I'm grateful to you, but this is one small attempt to join again. And especially for the Britons, we having the best of the best stories, but whether it is German or anybody else for them, I have 5 universities myself. I have been heading it. Unfortunately, we have a very precious background of understanding of this science and spirituality. That's why these policies I'm going to declare. Then we'll talk to the university authorities. They have to do it, and we have to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now the time is absolutely over. But yes,
That old gentleman has a question.
Yes, being the devil's advocate and with huge respect and so much I've learned today, absolutely, a lot of it entirely new to me, but so very positive. But being the devil's advocate and taking Pune and taking your wonderful university that you created, and again, I support everything, especially the postgraduate links, superb. How does your whole concept respond or contextualize the other history of Pune, which has a lot of respect for Shivaji? The respect for Shivaji in Pune, historically, how do you contextualize that with, entirely I sign up to everything on today's agenda. But historically, we have to accept.
Let me tell you, I am again not here to forget something about times, but I have raised the issue and uttered that name. And you just uttered the name of the great Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj of India, of Maharashtra. The world has seen the greatest generals, or the fighters, or the kings. Samrat Ashok is another name in India. We can say Napoleon or many other names I can't utter them just now. The question is, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was an exception. Not because he was Indian, but he is sitting here from a Sikh community. The Guru Gobind Singh was another name. These are very exceptionally born people. You just cannot think of the philosophy of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Whatever technique, I think the last time the Vietnamese people came and they have carried the soil from that fort. I myself, I belong to the same state. I am a staunch follower, admirer of the unique man. The first person 400 years back, when he had cut his finger with a sword and put it on a Shiva pindi, he takes oath and says, beyond any caste, creed, religion, and bodies of the state, I have to just guide them and do them. He never said only my caste, my religion, Hindus. He said Hindavi is such a Krishna Chanya. So it means for the entire society. This is never understood by people. And it was a great humanitarian. He had his own techniques, he would not believe it. How can a person do this? So about that aspect, it is not a discussion in this meeting, but as you have said, you have given me a triggering to remind myself that you should not forget. But about the son Gyaneshwara, which I am talking about, I am not talking as a religion. Even though I am a Hindu, but I am talking about every prophet and the greatest saints of the whole world. From Pakistan, Baba Bulle Shah is only one person. They don't believe in the, even photograph is not a Nirgun Nirakar. But let me honestly tell you, I have a photograph of Baba Bulle Shah of Pakistan in my office. And among these 54 statues which I have installed, what do they indicate? They indicate that religion is nothing but only duty to the society.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Darshan Thare. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Vishwashanti sir. I had a liberty to be associated with him quite an early age. When I was about 19 years old, and then lot of influence, that is only, from his way of thinking into me. So Dr. Service is the symbol of knowledge, symbol of energy, symbol of discipline, and then we have got symbol of courage. So whenever it is right, it is right. Whatever is actually doing is a remarkable. And these kind of the principles, have a profound impact on my way of going forward. So I studied within, good places. I studied my personal education in IITs, Indian Institute of Technology, which is supposed to be the best in India. And then I worked all over the world. I worked in 10 different countries, which is at 50 different nations. What I found was I was able to work with every nationality, every religion, and every age, whichever age it was. So this all comes in due to the kind of the principles that you have. So that is when he's been a strong, I would say, influencer. So thank you, sir, for being a part of my journey. I also wanted to correlate another thing is that he mentioned a couple of times the farmer's son, come from farmer. Farmer is one, sort of I would say, category of the people that they grow something from the land, which is the mother nature. And when they grow, it has to be grown the way it should be to the good purpose. There are people who could grow something wrong, but the character is the one who is always growing something positive all across, all over and over again. So thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Friends, we are towards the end of this one-day roundtable conference, and we are concluding with the very, very historic Pune Oxford Declaration 2024. So I will be reading a 9th clause from this Pune Declaration. If you are agreeing to it, raise your hand and say yes. So that is the system. But before that, let me make a quick comment about this value-based education. It has been said that value-based education nurtures the consciousness while spirituality nourishes the soul. It has been also said that in the garden of education, spirituality is the root that anchors our values and blossoms into the wisdom. With this, I will start reading out the Pune Oxford Declaration 2024. One-day roundtable conference on the need to establish and promote a peace-loving holistic global society through value-based universal education system at the University of Oxford, United Kingdom on Friday, 19 April 2024. We, the scholars, thinkers, philosophers, scientists, academicians, educationists, men and women, devoted to the noble cause of well-being of humanity, students and peace seekers assembled here for the most unique and momentous one-day roundtable conference on the need to establish and promote a peace-loving holistic global society through value-based universal education system, wish to express our sincere gratitude and thanks to the MIT World Peace University Pune, India for organizing and hosting this path-breaking historic conference in the hallowed precincts of the University of Oxford, United Kingdom. Here we go. Declaration. Some preamble. Today, the entire world is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was expected during the 2 world wars. The world is witnessing mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments on the one hand, while on the other, there is a total chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, terrorism, caused by the indiscreet and violent actions of man arising out of lust, anger, greed, hate, and intolerance. Friends, it is not for the first time in the history of humanity that the subject of bringing about an improvement in life to the time-tested value-based universal education with an appropriate components of the blend of science and spirituality, very much essential for the holistic development of peace-loving global society. Discussions, deliberations, and debates during this momentous conference organized by MIT World Peace University, Pune, India at Oxford University, UK, the Great Britain, reflect our continued efforts towards this end. Resolutions. First resolution, I am reading it out. In order to usher in an era of holistic, peace-loving global society, all the educational institutions, university, research centers, colleges should help the students to grow into the physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated human beings with unique winning personalities having positive mindset. If you are agree to it, please raise your hand and say yes. And clap for it. So this we are doing for 9 times. Second resolution. We would like to earnestly appeal to the educationists, academicians, head of the universities, deans, chancellors, scholars, thinkers, and philosophers to realize that all the life-giving systems are quite universal, even for the smallest of the small living beings too, with similar body mechanism, brain, intellect, mind, soul, having similar digestive, respiratory, or blood life force circulation systems, even though their sizes or dimensions may be different. Are you for it? Yes. Thank you. Clap for it. Third resolution. After elaborate discussions, deliberations, and interactions on the concept of spirituality of the religion, it was concluded that the highest degree of bloodshed, massacre, violence in the history of mankind has taken place in the name of religion. This is because man has not clearly understood the essence and philosophy of his own religion and other religions too. It is important to realize that religious scriptures like Holy Bhagavad Gita, Holy Bible, Holy Quran, Torah, Tripitak, Agam, Avesta, Guru Granth Sahib, etc. do not teach or preach violence, but in fact, all religious scriptures, they are nothing but the life guiding scriptures which teach us how to live and how not to live. If you are for it, please raise your hand and clap for the resolution. The fourth one, it is a high time that we realize that religion is nothing else but to perform one's duty towards the mother, father, family, society, nation, and the entire world as one family. It is also important that we do not confine the religious scriptures as texts for religious rituals only, but instead study and imbibe them for the better understanding of the essence and philosophy of all world religions to foster love, peace, and compassion towards each other. Are you for it? Yes. Thank you. The next, I will go directly on to the seventh one. This August gathering expressed serious concerns about the falling value system in all spheres of life throughout the world. And it has felt that if the traditional ancient time-tested value system from India, like love and respect for parents, teachers, and elders, pursuit of knowledge, etc., and the value practiced in Great Britain like discipline, punctuality, industriousness, thirst for knowledge, courage, inquisitiveness can be merged. It could lead to the formation of an ideal, holistic, global, peace-loving society. Are you for it? Thank you. The next resolution. It is felt that there is a dire need to evolve and promote a value-based universal education system with an appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality of the religion to minimize the chaos, confusion, violence, terrorism, bloodshed, massacre, and atmosphere of suspicion and fear prevailing in the world. In this case, the word universal means all encompassing, time-tested human values and not just imply to the diversity of cultures, traditions, geography, history of different nations. There is an urgent need to establish a global education managing council which will promote the value-based universal education in order to establish a holistic, peace-loving global society. Are you for it? Thank you. The world's largest peace dome. Let me tell you, the first time in the known human history, this is the only monument representing the world peace to promote the culture of peace in the world. Here I am reading this resolution. The world's largest peace dome, a monumental creation that is the synthesis of the scientific genius of Dr. Albert Einstein and the spiritual epiphany of philosopher Saint Nanisha. It encapsulates the journey of mankind to the good that dwells within. It has evolved as a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory, which clearly defines the journey from philosopher Saint Gnaneshwara to Dr. Albert Einstein, that is from spirituality to science. Are you for it? Thank you. Next one is the world has reached a stage where the very existence of humanity is threatened because of the global warmings, pollution, war, terror, indiscriminate stockpiling of the nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. It is strongly felt that human race may not even see the end of the 21st century. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us to pursue sustainable development goals through value-based universal education system so that the entire human race may have a viable and peaceful existence. Are you for it? Here we have done with the 9 resolutions a big round of applause for Pune Oxford Declaration 2024, and this is going to be the historic declaration of this century. So thank you, Dr. Vishwanath Karat, for leading this World Peace delegation and conducting this one-day roundtable conference. Yes. So over to Dr. Gautam, please.
There is a formal vote of thanks, sir. So I would like to request the honorable. Yes.
I think friends, you have just heard it. Maybe there could be some small corrections here and there, but I would appeal to you that if you are fully convinced about this very small but important meeting, it's not something like a world meeting. I have seen that we had 7,000 delegates last time. But this, in this small meeting where this is taking place, has a great significance. But if you feel like you could speak and convey this message to the society, through print or press or media, not the individual's name, the cause. What cause we have discussed. Vishwanath Karat is again, I'm telling you, just like an instrument. I was to meet this great gentleman, my friends, and talk together possibly. Let's make that with each other. Nothing to demand, but this is very necessary that the people, I should not say that the society is totally ignorant about many things. And it is the duty of the teachers and the academicians and the men in the field of special education, university, colleges, research laboratories. It is our duty. That's why my request to you about this small education come to India. We have a good place where we will certainly be our guest. The moment you land, it's my responsibility. And especially that very place of Sishwaraj Bhatt, the great actor Raj Kapoor. I told you, he will really like it. It may not be very, very beautiful, but you can have an experience. And that experience coming, seeing, understanding, and then experiencing. You have to experience, and then you can speak the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, it is reached the end of this one-day conference, but before that happens, I would like to invite each one of you for a very, very special, I would say, gathering, which is scheduled tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. in Dollis Hill, London. So there is a good building of Maharashtra Mandal, which is there at Dollis Hill in London. So I request all of you to please join us for a beautiful gathering, lunch and good celebration there at Dollis Hill. I would like to request all of you to collect your certificates. Our alumni here, Ms. Mahajan, could you please raise your hand so that everybody knows where you are? Yeah. So she is having all your certificates, and Honorable Revered Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir has brought, I think, few books with him which he would like to give. So your certificates and your books are there with her. I would like to request all of you to kindly collect those before you leave. And of course, this day cannot conclude without a memorable photograph. So I'm going to request all of you to, if you can please assemble behind Vishwanath Karat sir, we will have a, I'll tell you. And then we can capture this beautiful moment. The day would conclude with the tea and coffee refreshments, which is right behind. So I request all of you to join for the photograph, please. Yes, go ahead, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I request all of you just for one more moment. Of all the proceedings, the formal vote of thanks is yes there. I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University to kindly propose vote of thanks. So I will repeat what Professor Gautam has said. Dr. Karat sir is going to address full length 45 minutes tomorrow in Dollis Hill in Maharashtra Mandal, which is a prestigious venue. There are some journalists from BBC also will be coming. But before that, let's come together and have a networking lunch. And in India, we have 28 states. Each state has a separate cuisine menu. And tomorrow, Maharashtra Mandal, we are organizing for you Maharashtrian menu. That Maharashtra is one of the states from where we come. Pitla, Bhakri, Wangyachi Bhaji. You may not be knowing these names. Srikhanda Puri and Batate Vada. So this is going to be there. You can come with your friends, come with your acquaintances. And 1 to 2 is networking. 10:30 to 2 o'clock is the networking lunch. 2 to 3, Dr. Karat sir will speak and take question answers. And 3 to 3:30, we have informal gathering with Karat sir over a cup of coffee. And from that particular point of view, I thought that if you give your mobile numbers to Dr. Gautam Bapat, then that invite, special invite, that invite has a QR code. So once you put your phone number on that QR code, then you can see 4 of us are coming. In England, in Maharashtra Mandal, there is a concept of ticket. You have to book the seat. And this is going to be a beautiful billing system which they have created for us, Maharashtra Mandal. But at the end, bill will be very big, infinite, that is going to be 0. So you enjoy, this is the QR code.
MOU signing with the university.
Yeah. And Professor Dr. Vilinda Pandey has organized MOU signing tomorrow in Maharashtra Mandal. And Karat sir will be spending half an hour with that team also. And after that, question answer please sir, and then tea, coffee and cooking. And then we will disperse. So tomorrow, Saturday, is going to be special when it comes to meeting with Dr. Karat sir. You always have Saturday evening party, enjoy this time, Saturday afternoon party. So it's an appeal to you. This is the address, this is the QR code, and all are invited. Point number 2, we have Dr. Karat sir's beautiful books, which all will be given. And we have a photograph with sir, and tea, coffee is arranged at the back. And after that, we will have an informal networking today. So it gives me great pleasure to thank all of you. First of all, Dr. Neil Hawks, Dr. Yukteswar Kumar, Dr. Brian Ford, and all the Dr. Venita, Dr. Kirill. We had 21 speakers today, which is a large number. Dr. Renuka, I like that girl, and I am also studying on that. The liberation issue is based on this area, which is the gut, and a lot of gut management courses are coming into this particular. So in all, we have 21 speakers. We all thank you.
We have 64 participants, 65 participants today. So all 65 participants, thank you very much for your time and involvement. I was watching that no one was watching video on mobile phone. Everyone was looking at this. I also want to thank Dr. Karat sir for giving us this opportunity. Also his son Rahul Karat sir for making all the budgets and decisions very fast. We want to also thank Dr. Nagare sir who guided us about coming here, and he was instrumental to get Dr. Karat sir here on time. And with him, three people. One is Vinod Subramanian, who is a very silent spectator, but lot of time. Vinod, if you can say hi to Karat sir. Yeah. Vinod is a classmate of Rahul Karat sir. They were together in Cardiff in England. So he helps us a great extent. Yogesh Bhalerao, who came on from Norwich. And third is Vikrant Kelkar. He is also our alumni Karat sir student. So please, yeah. Kalyani Mahajan, Sushant Malekar. Sushant has not come, but he was helping us. They are also alumni. I want to also thank VC office, we have staff of Pradeep Chapekar, Krupanjali Gaikonde, and Sachin Kulkarni. I want to thank my very young and handsome and dynamic colleague, Gautam Bapat sir, who painstakingly worked on this particular project. And we had sent 8 boxes from India, and they were misplaced in this. So yesterday whole night we were here and watching what we call the camera, CCTV camera, and we both sat there, staff also, and how the movement of the goods coming in this self-business school for last 10 days. All the videos we see, and finally we got this Charles and these books, profitable books. Want to thank our travel department for hotel, airfare, and visa. I want to thank our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Milind Pandey, Dr. Thorve, Dr. Patre, Chandu Mama. We also want to thank Shashi for giving this. Few thousand people were watching us today through Dr. Vishwanath Karat's YouTube channel. If you want to subscribe, I will say you should subscribe that channel. It has a very high viewership also. Yeah. Gautam Chakravarti, yes. In London, we were helped by 3 Gautam Chakravarti, Jadeja ji, and there is one more person who is the mayor, former mayor of London, Sunil Chopra. All 3 of them are coming for lunch tomorrow. Today they are absent. And then coming to team of Oxford, Said Business School, Vice Chancellor of it was the 6 hours reply. Vice Chancellor of Oxford University replied this Vice Chancellor of MIT University and said that we are connecting you to Said Business School International Relations Department, and Manjiri Gokhale from this Said Business School will help us. Ariana, Lucy, and Chloe Roberts. These are the 3 people who help, and also audio-visual person. I want to thank one person who is from MIT but earlier from Cambridge is Dr. Alex MP. If you can raise your hand, we will start. In the young student speaker, I like what Vijay Karat said. So thank you. So someone asked me very interestingly yesterday evening, is this going to be an annual feature? So I don't know. Dr. Karat sir can answer that. Are you going to conduct this conference every year or this only once in a lifetime? I said, I don't know. Among the participants, I want to thank especially Alicia, who is the head of Taj Hotels, and we were looking for Dr. Karat sir's stay in your hotel, but London Marathon is happening, so entire London is closed tomorrow evening onwards. 1 lakh people will come on, and that's why we thought we will stay in Heathrow Airport. We don't want to come and stay in London city. That was the thing. And there is always a woman behind a successful man. So, Dr. Karat madam, we want to thank you to be kind of participating.
त्याबद्दल दोघांचा तुम्हाला तुमची काळजी घेण्याचे चंदू मामा यांचे पण मी आभार व्यक्त करतो आणि इथे थांबतो. I would like to thank all those who have helped this, and probably I would not have taken names, and we have one more alumni, and you are alumni. You can stand up. Yeah, Vani is our alumni, and Vani came with a full family. Vani, Mrs. Vani, and Master Vani. 3 of them are there. So with this, on our life. Master Vani said that can we have a rule? We come together and we say we ban wars. Yes, good suggestion. We'll definitely think of that. So thank you very much, and Karan sir will answer whether we'll come next year or not, or maybe going to Cambridge University. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir. For the other people, thank you.
Because he proposed the vote of thanks and he cannot take his own name, but it is my duty to share with all of you that Dr. Arun Chitnis sir has been painstakingly working for this conference for last 1 month, and probably last 3 nights he has spent